Hikuti. Good morning to our final whānau right here in the room, elected members, staff, and whānau who are joining virtually or watching our live stream. To open our council meeting today, I will give our council prayer in Te Reo Māori and English. Kei noi tātou. Ka tuku mātou kia kahama I ngā māngai ko whiriwhiri hia mo te kaunihera o tai tukarau ki te raki ki te mahi me te ngākau auaha, me te hakamahi ngā pūkinga, me te mātauranga I rato I ngā wānanga, me ngā hakataunga ki haka tūria I te tahi hapori I haka tikana, e tūko tahi ana kamutu ka haka piki anō I te oranga o tō tātou rohe, ka haka tauanō I ngā take o te rohe, nei te tika. We ask that through Council's discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the Far North District with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Amen. I think the words in that prayer will ring true when we hear from some of our deputations today. Before we get into that, did we have any apologies to receive today? I think we still have a couple of elected members on their way.
Yes. Sorry, apologies for lateness from fire holder.
And Peter Zowie has asked that I lodge.
So I'll move that we accept apologies for Councillor Pleskovich and acknowledge Councillor Haukiat Harawira will be late. We also have Deputy Mayor Stratford and Councillor Foy who are joining us virtually today. If I could get a seconder for those apologies. Thank you, Councillor Kappa. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions, and that is carried.
Aye.
Just by way of mayoral announcements before we get into our deputations. First off, and it has been brought to my attention and we are going to see changes in this space, but just acknowledging that for our live stream, for those online, we actually have really poor audio quality. Here in our chambers, we do have 3 microphones. They're incredibly sensitive, so even the smallest rustle, if you're whispering, gossiping about someone on the side, while I might not hear it, actually our live stream will hear it, and any little sort of paper rustle is picked up. In December, we'll be moving our meetings over to the Memorial Hall because our chambers is undergoing a well-needed refresh, which will see our audio technology repaired. Our old mat wall will become a TV wall or something like that, so I hear, and we'll be fixing up the lighting and also our air conditioning, which is bipolar sometimes, both extremes. We're currently entering our winter phase, I think it's a little bit chilly in here. But yeah, just apologies, acknowledge that our audio quality is quite bad, so if you could please keep rustling and whispering to a minimum to allow those on our live stream and those online to hear what is going on in the chamber. In the Maramataka Māori and our Māori lunar phase, today is my Orenuku, which is the second of our high moon phases coming out of the new moon. So I'm hoping that energy permeates our meeting today and it goes well. Orenuku is also the moon my nephew was born under, and every time it's his moon phase, he's extra crazy, and he lived up to that this morning. So it must be Orenuku. Also, I just have a couple of notices. One, a huge congratulations, Chair Gardner, to yourself, our Te Hiku community, our Te Hiku Revitalisation Project team, because I am incredibly proud, as the Mayor of the Far North, to say that we have won an award for the best tiny town in Aotearoa, New Zealand. So Awanui, the gateway to Cape Reinga, the gateway to 90 Mile Beach, Te Oneroa Tōhe, won the Best Tiny Town Award at the Keep New Zealand Beautiful Awards, and it was last week that your delegation was
last week.
Congratulations to all of Te Hiku, all of the Far North, are incredibly proud, and we beat Lee and Rodney, so when I next speak to Mayor Wayne Brown, I'm going to Skype about that. Also, hot off the press, we have won another award. So a huge congratulations to one of our staff members, Tom Frost and his team, at the, I don't know if it was the Algems Awards, I don't know what that acronym stands for, But we've won an award for smart communities, which is, and I actually, I really appreciate this award to show the incredible work our staff have been doing in this space. For our nothing but net digital strategy, to acknowledge the fact that the Far North has some of the worst digital poverty in the country. As a council, this is one of those things where, you know, in this council, we talk a good talk, but where we get stuck sometimes is walking the walk. This strategy, the nothing but net digital strategy, has gone from talking the talk to walking the walk. So I saw this start from when it first came before council to say, do we agree to designing a strategy? We said yes. Then our staff went out and did some really amazing things with the community, tried something new to consult on that. The community told us what they thought and what we should do. We put that into a strategy, and then we actually budgeted to walk the talk in that space. And now Tom Frost and the team are connecting communities that would never see connectivity if we didn't, as a council, back that strategy and fund it to be able to see that happen. So I'm really proud of the fact that that has been recognised with this award, so congratulations to all of the team in that space. We'll go into our deputations now, and our first deputation will be from Summer Johnson, who is here to speak on behalf of the Bay of Islands Animal Rescue Trust. Now, we've got 9 deputations today, and I always have respect for our council processes and the people of the farm's democratic right to come and present to council and to be heard. But in saying that, I also have to be very aware of the time that we have before us, so we are going to be slightly restricted with our standing orders and the time allocations that we allow, just so that it's fair for everybody who has come before council today. So we'll give you a prompt when you've got a minute left, and if you could please respect that too. But absolutely welcome to our council chambers, and someone will pass over to you. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Kia ora. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Summer Johnson. I am the founder of Bay of Islands Animal Rescue, a registered charity benefiting Northland. I have a dedicated team of over 50 volunteers, varying from drivers to fosterers and admin. Together, with the help of our 22,000 social media supporters, we make a difference in the Northland community for the animals. I stand before you today to address a matter of utmost importance: the welfare of our four-legged friends in the pound and the concerning strain on the relationship between Far North District Council and Bay of Islands Animal Rescue. Let me start by highlighting the critical role Bay of Islands Animal Rescue plays in alleviating the pressure on the council. In the last year alone, Bay of Islands Animal Rescue took in an astounding 969 dogs into our care. Can you imagine the chaos and pressure the pound would be in if those 969 dogs were in the pounds, on the pound's doorstep, instead of us, if we did not exist? Last year, the pound impounded a mere 517 dogs. So if we indeed did not exist, the number would have tripled. Needless to say, this would also mean the pound would be hugely under-resourced with lack of facilities, staff, and a huge budget blowout. We also have invested $127,000 of funds into desexing community dogs and trying to slow the constant flow of unwanted, mistreated, dumped puppies and dogs. Our selfless, unpaid team contributes, not only eases the burden on the council, but also reflects our long-term commitment to the well-being of our Northland dogs. We sent an email to you all on the 17th of October highlighting the issues of dog neglect we were seeing in the pound with photo evidence. We were saddened by the lack of response, but received an email from Emily Healy, employed by the council as the strategic relationships with council, explanation of why the dogs presented as they did in our email. Her response, which I assume she gathered from the animal control management, were in total a contradiction to senior vet assessments we undertook on these dogs. I feel this was a quick cover-up made by animal management to protect themselves, who are not doing their job, and by staff who are employed by FNDC, who have no empathy towards animals and simply do not care about the dogs being held in their pound. We feared retribution when sending the email to make you all aware of what was happening at the pound, and that it would be to the detriment of the animals. And sadly, our fear has come true. In the last 2 weeks, this has been evident, starting with the Is This Your Dog Pound Facebook page, which has been taken down. This page has been fundamental in helping the community reunite with their pets, resulting in more reunitions and less euthanasia of family pets. This Facebook page is where we acquired some of our photos we used in the email as the before photos of the dogs you saw on your email, and now the pound has taken it down so that we can't compare how a dog entered and exited the pound to hold them accountable for basic animal welfare. All we are asking, as I'm sure the people who pay their dog registration would agree, is that dogs in the pound are treated with respect and be well cared for. I'm sure you would expect this if your own dog somehow ended up in the pound. We also noticed that the proactive measures taken by animal management officers in identifying dogs that need desexing in the community, then in turn collaborating with us to desex the dog in question, has ceased. This discontinuation exacerbates the issue of unwanted litters and contributes to the cycle of overpopulation. Similarly, the pound's interruption of connecting dog owners with Bay of Islands Animal Rescue for financial assistance to help them pay impound fees has also ceased. Bay of Islands watchdogs have been paramount in aiding us to raise the funds for these impound release fees. We watch closely what the other pounds do around the country and note a significant gap in the care and enrichment of dogs in FNDC compared to more proactive counterparties. It is a collective responsibility to ensure that all dogs' welfare needs are met, including proper worming, flea treatment, weight management, socialisation and enrichment. We have endless amounts of bedding for the pound dogs. This also now does not get picked up from us. The dogs now have cold nights. It seems animal management don't care about the dogs. In regards to dogs available for adoption through the pound, once they have completed their stray time and temperament testing, we notice that next to nothing becomes available for adoption, comparison to previous times. It's almost as if, I dare to say it, animal management at both pounds just can't be bothered listing the dog for adoption or even temperament test to see if it passes the eligibility of adoption, and it's just easier to euthanize the dog. We absolutely understand that not every dog is rehomable and will be euthanized, but it is sad to see perfectly rehomable dogs euthanized because animal management simply don't care whether the dog lives or dies. It's just a job that pays people. This is also heavily reflected in FNDC's exceptionally high euthanasia rates compared to other councils in New Zealand. In summary, we are here today to seek and see change in the way animal management conduct at the 2 pounds, and for it to become a place we are all proud of, not to be swept under the carpet, closing ranks from within and working with others for the betterment of dogs. My closing statement is, last night in the newspaper release, Rochelle Dean said a quote, "There is no animal abuse in the Northland Pound. Our photos speak for themselves." She also said she welcomes MPI or SPCA to investigate, but regardless of their findings or cover-ups, I'm saying, based on my 6-year working relationship, I've seen the bad, the good and the bad, and you need to do better. Sadly, we are a reflection of each other when we're out on the road. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just my ending statement. When we were out there doing our protest, and I had the privilege of talking with Mayor Moko, I stated the statement from Rochelle Dean, and his quote was, Her statement was like saying our Northland roads are fit and safe for all of our vehicles. So that, to me, that speaks volumes. Thank you.
Thank you, Summer.
Oh, sorry, is there any questions?
We have run out of time for questions, unfortunately, so we'll move on with our next
Cool,
session.
thank you.
We know that we have legal standards that we can meet, and sometimes our roads meet those legal standards, but whether or not that is the full depth of what we can do to do better in our communities, that's the question that we need to ask ourselves, of course. Our second deputation today is from Leonie Excel from the Bay of Islands Watchdogs. It's great to have you in our chambers today, Leonie, and I'll pass the time over to you.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I'm Leonie Excel representing Bay of Islands Watchdogs, and I'm here with Summer from Bay of Islands Animal Rescue to demand that this council ensures that when we make complaints that there is transparency about those and there's resolution to them, not hiding them, that you review years of management failures in the Animal Control Department, that you consult regularly and often with us and BOI Animal Rescue, and that you listen and don't just defend, that there is no more abuse and neglect of dogs in our pounds and no more excessive killing of healthy, rehomable dogs, that you fund community education and that you take informed, evidence-based action. Each individual dog owner has responsibilities, but so does FNDC, and it is failing in those responsibilities. I'd like to speak first about dangerous dogs. That was something that Councillor Harawira raised, and it's obviously topical at the moment. Firstly, araha and respect to the families of both Whae Efi Whitaker from Morewa and Neville Thompson from family from Pangaru. Thank you also to Roddy Hapati Pihema, who invited us to attend the hui in Morewa 2 nights ago to discuss dog control and begin to work out how the community can heal and how we can perhaps help them. Evidence tells us, in terms of dangerous dogs, that happy, healthy dogs are safe dogs. Unhappy dogs are chained dogs, those who are punished, not exercised, hungry, territorial and unused to human kindness. 70% of dog bites happen in the family home. Those most at risk are our most vulnerable, children and the elderly in particular. There are multiple ways that you can reduce the risk of dog bites, the frequency and or the severity. Some of those ways you are failing in. One of them is to ensure that known dangerous dogs are impounded and destroyed and their owners prosecuted and banned from dog ownership. FNDC has reduced the number of owners prosecuted from 5 in 2018-19 to 1 each year for the last 3 years. In Morewa, a dog which has repeatedly rushed and bitten children and adults has not been uplifted, allegedly because of dangerous owners. FNDC and police together have a responsibility to get dangerous dogs out. You have a responsibility to provide community connection and education and increase the number of dog owners who know how to have a happy, healthy dog. That has not happened in the last 6 years from FNDC. There was a comment in the paper from FNDC yesterday saying that the main focus of education in the Dog Control Act is about safety around dogs. I'd like to read you from section 6 of the Act, saying that the council will, single or jointly with another organisation, undertake, promote and encourage the development of such services and programs as it considers desirable to promote responsible dog ownership and the welfare of dogs, and make grants to those about the care, custody, training or welfare of dogs, or the instruction or education of persons concerning such care, custody, training or welfare. So it's not just about dog safety, it's also about dog welfare, because if your dog is happy, it's safe. We need you to increase desexing. Desexing stops unwanted, unloved dogs. We need you to fund more of it. These guys are doing an amazing amount with community donations. In 2022-23, FNDC, instead of putting energy and funding into community education, FND issued 5 times as many fines for people who have unregistered dogs. That is 500 ballpark, 100 in the years prior. This punishes people for not registering their dogs in a desperate economy. It's not useful. There was also a comment in the paper from FNDC stating that it's hard for the council to work within the boundaries of the Animal Welfare Act and the Dog Control Act. These acts, including the AWA associated codes of welfare for dogs and temporary housing of companion animals, along with the Impounding Act, don't just have boundaries, which we all know that legislation does, they also have substantial powers. You need to use those powers. We need to have management who knows how to use those powers effectively and kindly, but promptly, particularly about dangerous dogs. I have 46 seconds left to talk to you about the excessive killing of pound dogs, abuse and neglect in the pounds, and terrible euthanasia rates, and abuse of staff. Clearly that's not going to happen. Perhaps I can say a few things, because another suggestion in the paper was that SPCA and MPI be the arbiter of what's occurring. I'm sure that you can get the SPCA and MPI in. We have tried to talk to FNDC about the same problems about dogs in the pound over 6 years. At various stages, we've gone to the SPCA and we've gone to MPI about dozens of specific dogs. The SPCA has made recommendations and then FNDC has not followed them. For example, and I think it was 2018, you're advised to have two people in the pounds, all day, between 6 and 8 hours a day, and that still isn't happening in 2023. There are countless examples of that. Your euthanasia rates are the second worst in New Zealand so far for the research that we're halfway through a research project on that. And without BI Animal Rescue, you would have killed 61% of your dogs last year, which is atrocious compared to other councils. In Victoria, Australia, over 70% of the councils have a kill rate of their dogs of under 10%, which is considered to be a no-kill shelter. I'll finish off by saying I need to say you need to protect your current staff and you need to listen to your ex-staff, because the ex-staff are the ones who will have the most courage to speak to you. The current staff are too scared. Some current staff in FNDC, whether they are currently in animal control or not, are too scared to talk to their bosses about things that have gone wrong. I really implore you to think about how you can protect those people so they can speak up honestly. These years and years of complaints, including sexual harassment, dog abuse, and terrible treatment of staff, have got to stop, and we will not stop until they do stop. We ask that FNDC face these issues now. We demand that you do so with community consultation and involvement to ensure transparency. There's no more room under the rug to kick your failures, and we pledge not to let you hide here any longer. Fix your management issues. Open your pounds, show araha to your staff, to the dogs in your care, and araha towards communities who are counting on you to help them learn how to stay safe. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Tēnā koutou. Thank you very much, Leonie and Summer, for your presentations to us and to all of your supporters who have come to the council chambers today. Thank you very much. Our next deputation is from Dr. Judith Rakin from Te Māori o Wai. It has been a while. It is great to see you again.
Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Summer.
Thank you. Come on, Grace. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I hope that you've all looked at the handout to describe worm farm, and I thought we might, can we get the diagram up on the screen, or is that not possible? Yeah, it's obviously not possible. Did you get copies of the diagram?
Yes, yes we did.
Okay, thank you. I heard that 70% of this area's septage ends up in the Kaikwe wastewater treatment plant. Partly treated effluent from that plant ends up in Te Awa o Hokianga. It is embarrassing that Hokianga's own septage is part of that. For this reason, Te Māori o Wai, in cooperation with the Far North District Council, is proposing to provide very small worm farms to produce worm castings from septic. As you know from the information I've supplied, The project is funded from the council's Better Off Fund. Ratepayers are not affected. What is needed from council is a change to the way septage contractors pay council for the privilege of unloading septage. It seems that at present, the contractors sometimes escape paying. Since inspections every 5 years are required by council, and almost all inspections result in septage needing placement, contractors ought to be paying council for every inspection that produces septage. I think this doesn't happen. What Te Māori o Te Wai would like is for all Hokianga septage to stay in Hokianga and to be turned into a valuable asset, worm castings. The fees paid by contractors to council for servicing Hokianga septic tanks will be sufficient to operate the farms. They are designed to be easily accessed and easily serviced. I hardly need tell you how relevant this project is for the future, short and long term, but I will anyway. Poor soils plus worm castings will form good soils. That's pretty good. And low-lying productive land will be more and more, as the future unfolds, subject to reversion to wetlands. So less productive soils need to be enriched. Worm castings will increase the area suitable for gardens and orchards across the whole Hokianga community. The farms themselves can become, with suitable shelter, productive, and they will form carbon sinks. The worm castings do not need to be sold. They can be given away. This helps the problems many landholders have in improving land that they already own. Besides the product of the farm's operators can help with small-scale improvements, since they will be passing by, towing a small digger. So, councillors, please make it policy that septage contractors pay for the privilege of using council-provided disposal options. And please specify that Hokianga septage stays in its community on land set aside for that purpose. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. I have time for a question if there are any. Otherwise, thank you very much, Dr. Judith, for your deputation to council today and the solution you've provided to septage for Hokianga. Very much appreciated.
Kia kaha, councillors, kia manawa nui.
We have a virtual deputation now from our whanaunga Ruben Taipari, who I can see online there. We will pass the time over to you, e te whanaunga, tēnā koe.
Kia ora tātou. Kia ora moko, rongo koe?
Ai, rongo ana.
Ai, ka pai. Oh, okay, tuatahi. Mihi kia koe hoa mo te karake timatanga, e tikanga tēnā. Me te hunga mate, me tātou te hunga ora. Huri no tēnā, me hoki kei te kaupapa. Just to utilise this process of deputation. It's all new to me. My apologies for my amateur utilisation of technology, but I'll use my best efforts to take this opportunity and just speak to the moringai kaupapa that we still have hanging in Aipora. I know very grateful for the decision by the council many months ago for us to follow through and find a solution. It's still sitting there. We're still looking for some closure. We're looking for some closure on that kaupapa. So I'm utilising this time to do that. However, during these months that we've been waiting, I have been learning, observing and understanding how council process works. And I'm getting quite interested in how it all works. It's things have improved with the Māori wards. Congratulations to the Far North District Council for having the courage to embrace Māori wards. I'm a bit disappointed in the wards around the country who don't see the benefit in taking this Māori ward concept on board. I myself was very doubtful about it in the beginning, but I've seen great things happen, especially around what happened in Moringai and recently what happened in Pāteo Matariki. So congratulations to the district board. I'm not here to just me hama. I'm a solutions focused person, so that's my 5 minutes, is looking into how we can improve the processes that council are utilising. So the Far North District Council, Mr. Mayor, in my opinion, need to understand how the Māori ward process works. And as do the councillors themselves. I know it's new, but I would encourage you to invest in some personal development of wānanga and taking advantage of the Māori ward concepts and backing it a bit more intensely, understanding it. I'm seeing great things happening just this morning. Your kōrero around Maramataka, he tika tēnā. It's an environmental tool, resource. So the things that Whānau District Council have authority over are the utilities and the environment. And we as Māori, we have a very good understanding around that, how that works, as it comes from the mātauranga and the knowledge from our ancestors. The congratulations on small things like that. However, still need improvement. I'd just like to make a point that it be a official complaint that recently in Ngā Whatuwhiwhi, a hui was organised, a few huis were organised. The first one was well received with good representation from the council. However, the second hui that came through, and I'm speaking for my whanaunga here, Kiri Ngāwai, and I'm not trying to impose upon her kōrero, I'm just trying to use the example that Councillor Hilda Haukia Harawira was sent out by herself to face a formidable hui, Mr. Mayor, of 300 Te Whānau Moana Rorohuri descendants on her own. And she was there with as a companion and a supporter to the developer in question. She had a small team behind her, and I've recognised the team's efforts to support Whaihora. But Mr. Mayor, mea koutou o te kauniera, he oku whanaunga Māori, mea kei hao te tautoko, kei hea nā kai kōrero, mo tātou rangatira, a nā wahine, a hao ko wahine toa, mea nui manakitanga, te aroha tika me te pono. Tēra taka kōrero nuinga mo tēnei kaupapa, Mr. Mayor. Hoi nāno, just to emphasise to you, everybody in the council, and take advantage of this deputation process, that we're still seeking closure on our occupations. We're really in a good space to find those closures. This is because of, I believe, in the development of the council has improved since the altercations over the many years of my elders who have passed on now. But things are changing here, and I'm just using this time to encourage you to keep advancing forward. Our mātauranga Māori, our constituents who are Māori, a massive quotation of our constituents of the Far North, Te Huku o Te Ika a Māori, and it's utilising the Māori ward and such resources at our disposal that we will find a better way forward. So, this mihi nui ki o koutou. Ai te kana te kōrero te whānau no hokianga mo te wai, mea kia kaha kia manawa nui koutou, Mauri ora kia tātou.
Tēnā koe e te tuakana I wō kupu kia mātou o tēnei kaunihira I tēnei wā, ko kore anō ahau, mātou e taringa pisa ki wera o ngā kupu aki mō tērā taha o te manakitanga. Tēnā koe. And I look forward to seeing the closure that you're waiting for come before this table on our 11th of December council meeting. Mihi nui ana. Our next deputation is from our tuahine Kiri Ngāwai Evans from Haitutai Marangai Marae. representing Te Whānau Moana and Te Roro Huri Hapu o Ngāti Kahu. E mihi nui ana ki a koe te tuahine ka whātu te wā ki atu. Kōrero anō mai? Ai.
Wai everyone's I'm hoping all council have received.
Tuahine, we are, it is a little bit staticky. If you want to maybe just try and speak a little bit closer to the microphone, it's cutting out a little bit.
Right.
Through you, Chair, kidding away. Just wanted to ask if you had two devices that you were logging in from, because it looks like you've logged into the call 2 times. One may be for sound and one may be for video. So we're gonna remove one of you. Apologies. We all wish we could be cloned, and congratulations on being able to do that. And there she goes. Oh, kidding away. Can you still hear us?
Yes, I can, and that's better. I'm not double echoing on my side.
Okay, now
You're coming through beautifully on there, just with no video, but we can hear you loud and clear, Te Tuahine.
There
we go.
Tēnā tātou, aronga mai mō tērā engari, haere tonu. I'm just seeking confirmation that you've got the report that we submitted titled Protecting Pāti o Piki Wāhitapa.
Aye.
So I'm just going to take some key points from you and also give a slight update with regards to our approval with FNDC. So, tuatahi, you will all be aware, our marae, our hapu had concerns about the lack of construction engagement over the consent and easement process that occurred on the block 1B, 1B2 and the desecration of our wāhi tapu Pāti o Matariki. So our point was lack of consultation with FNDC and our marae is required under the RMA Act regarding our wāhi tapu. Also our rights under Te Tiriti o Waitaki and lack of regard for that was the disruption of the sand dunes on the wāhi tapu where ko iwi are located, and more importantly, in terms of the council role, our Haiti had submitted a hapu plan, and this was not referenced or used as a guide of engagement or consideration during any permissions issued by the council to the developer. Haiti Tai Marangai and our cemetery, our Urupa Takapu, which are adjacent to this block, are listed as a site of significance for Māori in the district plan. Moving on from that, a brief timeline, and you can see it in the notes. This take started in 2007 when we did, as an iwi authority, confirm by email, by letter, that Pātia is the wāhi tapu. But the failings of the system, the failings of staff that deal with this part of the process within FNDC failed our rights under the RMA, failed our rights under Te Tiriti o Waitaki, because we are all volunteers. We do not have the resourcing to act and respond to some of the mechanisms of FNDC. We tried, it's in writing, we said wāhi tapu. We were set aside, we became visible, and this easement first started then. We were not aware of what the outcome was. Several years later, 2019, it comes back up. And I'm happy to acknowledge Councillor Foy on the line. because in this process, Northland Planning and Development Limited were engaged by the landowner to carry out the necessary application on their behalf, application of the sand and easement of a right of way. Now, unfortunately, in that process, we were invisible, and it's really disheartening that we're an active hapu. We had lodged our hapu plan with FNDC. We are a site of significance for Māori in the district plan as the marae and the urupa right next to this block, but we were invisible. No reference to us whatsoever in any of those applications, in any part of the mechanism under FNDC to protect our rights that are remaining. So we move on from that, things get heated, 2021, this developer is now on the first right of way, on the driveway, digging it up with a digger. We're horrified. We make a stand to inform him politely, in good faith. We can't use the digger on the sand track because that's where our core area in that block. We acknowledge that we unfortunately do not have the title, but our rights as kaitiaki, as mana whenua, as tangata whenua, have always protected that wāhi tapu. Then it carries on because we unknowingly, he sells a block, and in that block he sells a easement that was approved without notification, without consultation to our marae and our hapu, that put us in a situation we had no other option to occupy. And this is a fight, this is a struggle. People have given up their lives, their work for 4 weeks so that we could actively protect this wāhi tapu, because the developer is resourced, he's so supported by the systems and mechanisms with FNDC that he contacted the police, who contacted our kaumātua to say, they're bringing the diggers out, I'm letting you know. We're horrified because we have tried in good faith, hapu plan registered, site of significance registered, inform them face to face, inform the development company, wāhi company, that we have to occupy. Thankfully, our hapu are so committed and we are so clear about what our role is as kaitiaki, what our role is and our rights under tangata whenua, under te tiriti o Waitangi, under te hakaputunga, that we were not going to stand down. So in that process, I have to acknowledge Councillor Harawira, Councillor Babe, Kōwhai Stratton, Councillor Penetowi, Councillor Tamati Rakina, who opened up to give us a voice because our rights were breached, our rights were overlooked, the system failed us, and we have had great progress in getting that heard. And so I have to thank that Māori wards, I have to thank that process for allowing us to have a voice, because in the past we were invisible. So just moving forward, we agreed to a MOU, and that's page 2 of the paper in front of you. Just going over the key points, and they're only summarised. In our meeting, we agreed 26 of us, and our most recent an acknowledgement that the area known as Pātio o Matariki is a commitment of funding of a cultural impact assessment. Confirmation that the delegated authority in respect to the area or RMA Act, Natural Built Environment Act will be rescinded, and that decision making will sit with the kuaka and the te hono staff, just off that wāhi tapu Pātio o Matariki. Finally, a best endeavours commitment to assisting the marae, te whanakona, te rorohuri, hapu, on protection for Pātio o Matariki, including with our NRC. So we had that conversation with Te Kuaka, and great outcome. We're really happy that Te Kuaka have approved that as a recommendation. So today we are now presenting to the council, and we are seeking that the council will approve this resolution, and we look forward to have MOU. with exist. Just quickly before I close, we have had a good outcome with the owner. We have come to an agreement that he has agreed to put the area that is mahi tapu in the covenant so and digger work can be carried out, and he's agreed with the acknowledgement of the new owner over access A to close up the second access way. Does that hurt us because it that you're opening up the middle of our wahi tapu for another track? We're going to accept, and thankfully a good faith and a lot of hard work, a lot of tears, a lot of emotions, a lot of sacrifice, we got there. And just to mihi that, you know, things do need to change. A good community is a community that we are all successful. It's not a community that allows development of people with wealth to come in and take advantage of the people who do not have wealth. You know, people who are poor like our communities need good education, good outcome for our people, and then we're all going to we can have a great community. But the systems that council has imposed on us for decades and decades have pushed us into the back box, into the boondocks, and we're going to fight back because we have our orders for So on that note, the recommendation that we're seeking is that you, as councillors, the MOU that we have worked closely in conjunction with FNPC and ourselves that we submitted today. Nō reira, tēnā tātou katoa.
Tēnā koe mihi nui ana I wēnā kōrero e te tuahine. Definitely acknowledge that our systems and processes need to be set up so that we place just as much importance on things that are on immaterial wealth as we do on material wealth, and how that we ensure that we have scope in place within our systems that make it fair for all, and so that all are heard, but also acknowledging the fact that under Te Tiriti o Waitangi, as you've rightly stated, there is special importance placed on mana whenua and tangata whenua here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. I also just want to thank you for the incredible way that you articulated the struggle that whānau moana and Te Rorohuri have had to face with this, and I'm very glad to see that we've had some resolution in this space. The recommendations that have been passed across, which were passed in our Te Kuaka committee, will be acknowledged within our minutes at that paper, but in the break I'll just double check how that is confirmed and acknowledged in today's meeting along with other committee resolutions. We do have some time if there are any questions from the floor. Te arepa me te omeka, e mihi nui ana ki a koe. Thank you very much for your deputation to us today. Kia kaha tonu. Our next deputation are from Rolf and Inga from the Carbon Neutral New Zealand Trust. Nau mai hoki mai, welcome.
Kia ora, good morning. Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk to you once again. I was especially happy to hear, Mr. Mayor, that you are going to change the media, the audio system, which we just experienced. It's hardly understandable. I'm today representing the Carbon Neutral New Zealand Trust, but I'm as a trustee, but I'm also the acting chair of Vision Kirikeri and cooperate with our Kirikeri. We understand that the implementation of the Bay of Island Kirikeri interim speed management plan will be debated today due to lacking consensus during the recent Transport Committee meeting. The main target is Road to Zero. That means safety. And that's imposed by the government on you. Additionally, the statement of proposal mentions to ensure people and goods can move around the road network efficiently, as well as the characteristics of the road and roadsides and adjacent land use like schools and businesses. Also expected traffic increases, so future changes. The amount of work and public consultation has been put into this review of speed limits by council, staff, experts, and the community, including ourselves, Carbon Neutral Trust, Vision Kirikeri, our Kirikeri, and over 250 submitters and others. Consideration has been given to safety, obviously, feeling of security, important, well-being of everybody along the roads and on the roads, and all of the above. An additional good reason for lower speed is lower fuel consumption of 5 to 10% for a difference of 20 kilometers per hour. It's more economical, less air and noise pollution, less stress on the roads, so not so many repairs are required, and less CO2 impacting the climate. We are aware that current, obviously outdated, regulations do not allow the RCA to set a speed limit to better manage climate change, which sounds ridiculous. But research shows that lower speeds do not only reduce risks and accidents, but also CO2 emissions. This brings us back to our previous appeal to you last month to put on a climate risk lens to every council decision. The speed management plan is a good example. Council staff and traffic experts considered their own wisdom, public input, and then their own wisdom again, resulting in the proposal in front of you. Someday, some adjustments might be recommended based on experience, but for now, the proposals appear reasonable. Annika of our Kirikeri asked us to mention why Papa Road at 80 kilometers is suitable as the road is wide and engineered well. It is wide because there are bike lanes on either side and nobody uses them because of the volume of vehicle movements and speed limit effectively making them unsafe. If we want to walk and cycle more, the roads have to be safe and slowing them down, that helps. On most little side roads, you can't go above 50 kilometers or even 50 kilometers anyway. Inlet Road, Kirikeri Road, Papa Road, Kapiro Road are all too fast as the town continues to get built up. I doubt any other place in New Zealand has 80 kilometer speed limits in built-up areas. That's what Annika said. Preparation of this plan was about $184,000, I understand. On top of that effort and expense, implementation is expected or estimated to be around $800,000 to $1 million. 69% of that will be subsidized via Waka Kotahi. The rest of 248 to 310,000 is included in the approved LTP budget of 1.2 million. That's a lot of money. But obviously that was expected and was budgeted when the development of the plan was commissioned. While those costs need to be kept as low as possible, of course, it should not be a reason to shelve the project now. What would be the ramifications? Cost of reconsultation, a time frame restriction before you can do it again, loss of the allocated approved Waka Kotahi funding, accidents, impacts on other projects like Transport Options Kirikeri and others with loss of funding. Stopping the speed management plan now would result in higher future cost for sure. That is neither wise nor acceptable for it. And finally, as the Road Controlling Authority Council is obliged to review the speed limits. The required process was started by commissioning the interim speed management plan in front of you, and we urge you to receive and adopt it today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob. Just quickly, did you say that Annika had commented that for Waipapa Road, we are looking within this paper of reducing the 80 kilometre speed zone to 60? Did she say that 80 was appropriate, or did you say and she supported the 60?
She supports the 60.
Thank you. So I thought that.
Even though it might be annoying for many people, including me. I mean, sometimes the road is totally clear and it's not really obvious why you should be slowing down so much. But there are instances, there are occasions where that might be dangerous and could result in problems. And the road is being used more and more by the rising number of population. So I understand maybe after some time it should be reviewed again. It's not necessary to be so slow. But you know, even when the restriction of 30 was imposed for Kirikeri CBD, my first reaction was, are you mad or what? 30? I mean, you're almost creeping. Actually, this morning when driving into Kaikoura and there's a speed restriction all the way of 50, I hardly can control my car to go not above 50. And I said, well, I'm talking about speed limits today. I need to really stay within the law. But obviously, the best would be if there was no speed limits and everyone would be driving reasonably according to the conditions of the road. But first of all, many people don't know what the road conditions are, and in particular, when you're in built-up environment, things may change anytime. So I think we need to focus really on the safety, besides the climate change effect.
Thank you very much for your deputation to us.
Thank you so much.
Great to have you here.
What was your preference for the Capital Road speed limit?
80.
Thank you. Snuck that one in there. I have down on my paper representative from Pioneer Village.
Mrs. Brown.
Mrs. Brown.
Yes, and I'm just waiting for my compatriot, but in the meantime, we like to bring little sweet treats for you, and I'm sure the mayor will share them with you. Bribes, actually, from Kelly. But,
I'm just going to check that we muted when you said bribes.
Yeah.
Don't want anyone to think that, as much as I appreciate these sweet treats you've brought along today, that will influence any of our future current decision making over the Pioneer Village.
But just while I'm waiting for my compatriot to come in, you have information in front of you that talks about the processes, the plan for Pioneer Village. I here as Mrs. Brown, I live again Mrs. Brown, I represent the product. And the product is something that can't be written down. The product is something that you need to see and you need to experience. So while I'm waiting for Jane to come over, I just want to know that's why I'm here. And what you see is what you will get. I did dress up specially today, but I have my work clothes that look it up. Anyway, I'll just hand a few minutes over to Jane and she's going to give me another minute at the end.
Barbara is our expert for answering questions as well. And I have to apologise, I've got a PowerPoint presentation on a stick, and apart from that I sent it to Aisha, and I didn't know that she was on leave, and I haven't realised that she won't have received it. So I'm here speaking on behalf of the Kaikoura Pioneer Village, and I'm going to pass around some things while I'm talking, and I'd like them all back, please, when it gets to the end. So there's a few photos and some other things in here I'd just like you to have a look at and fiddle with while you're listening, and you don't have to worry about a presentation, you don't have to look at me. So there's a few things in the box and a couple of pictures. And it's probably a good thing that we don't have the presentation, because I can't read it without my progressives anyway from this distance. So yeah, so Kaikoura Pioneer Village has been established for some time. Hands up if you've been to the village. Okay, good. So I don't need to spend a lot of time trying to describe it without pictures. It's a wonderful collection of old buildings, and within set in a lovely park environment. It has the train track. It has over 5,000 artefacts and collectible things, collections from pioneering and pre-pioneering times in the north. And of course, we know that we've got the history of Kupe that's now established, and there's a museum being set up in the Hokianga. And there's very little elsewhere around this area in terms of on public and on display collections of artefacts and our historic and cultural heritage that people can access. So The village provides a number of functions. It's not really a museum. It is much more than a museum. It's a community hub. There are most of the people that actually visit the museum are local people attending groups like a repair cafe, knitting clubs and things like that. The repair cafe maintains equipment and functions to actually help maintain, and the volunteers within the village. It has a lot of school children. About 3,900 school children have been through it every year. The numbers were growing up until 2018, until COVID hit, and our numbers have been way down. And that's one of the reasons we've come to do a deputation today, because we're looking essentially for support. The purpose of the deputation is to make you aware of what's going on with the village, and then to talk to you about how we'd like you to support. So the village provides a space, unlike a marae, potentially, where we have a lot of cultural, we can think about our whakapapa and your connection to place and the history, and it helps to grow your identity and to understand where you are and how you fit in society and the relationships with different groups. The Pioneer Village plays a big element of that role. So it's not just about the numbers of people who come through and the income streams that we get off casual visitors, which have been a really small income stream for the village. It's only been 12 to 15% have been visitors paying the $5 or $10 at the door, depending if they're a child or an adult. The vast majority have been school children and community groups. It also provides an events venue, so people get married there. There's community activities like Halloween or special events that they put on, and a whole lot of other potential for it. The grounds are beautiful. They have heirloom plants in there as well. The gardens are maintained like cottage gardens. It provides a nursery for stream care and water care, harbour care stuff. And it's the only, it provides a base for all sorts of potentially other things. The cycleway has an office there, for example. So it has great connection to a tourist offer for Kaikoui as well as for education. 1 minute? Yeah. 1 minute. Gosh, and here am I feeling really stressed because it's so late and I have to be somewhere, but that's right. Hang on. And the thing is, the village has actually gone some way to preserving the collections. So we've done, there's been a lot of funds raised for maintaining architecture that we've got there, some of the pioneer buildings. But we've got lots of collections that are quite vulnerable because they're not being maintained so that they can be preserved long term into the future. So we continue to maintain a focus on funding to actually preserve the collections. But in addition to that, we need to grow our visitor numbers, both international and domestic visitors, in our education program. And we envisage the only way we can do that is to grow the offer essentially and diversify what it is that we're doing there. Essentially, we can't do that on the basis of volunteers and a couple of part-time staff. So I just wanted to remind you that most facilities that are run around the district come for support at some time. Community groups, whether it's the Turner Centre or Te Ahu or whoever, have been to council for support, and essentially we're coming to council looking for support to be able to fund some full-time staff to have the capacity to deliver what the village really could offer as a tourist destination for this part of the district, hooking it up with the historical sites over in the Bay of Islands, around Waitangi and Pompalia, for example, and the Stone Store and other historical sites in Kirikiri, and firmly bring Kaikoui in as an anchor, as the heart of Ngāpui, but also kind of the gateway to the Hokianga and all of the history over that side as well. We think it's really important to maintain that focus for the village, but also to expand it as the beautiful community hub that it is as well, which is a really low-key part of it. We have a much higher rate of volunteerism here. We've got 36 on average, delivering 36 volunteers, where most micro museums our size only have about 12. So we've got really good community support for it, and obviously passing around these artefacts, just so that you know, my 1 minute, they are my personal things. The little brooch inside the little jewellery container came over from, is the 7th generation ago brooch. That's from a German ancestor that arrived in the Taranaki. I have a European ancestor that arrived from England on the second boat that arrived in Petone and had the first Wellington boy born in Wellington. And then coming forward a little further, and obviously we've been passing down the ads that's in the box as well, which is pre that history as well. And then in addition to that, there's photos, some from older times and some from family. I really just wanted to bring them in to put some hands-on stuff in here around the importance of whakapapa, the importance of knowing our place in history and the relevance of that. And the Pioneer Village is that for a lot of the far north that people can't get to Kaitaia, or they won't get all the way to Motat or the museum in Auckland, and we don't want to send our mokopuna all the way down to Te Papa as well. We want to be able to maintain this here. It's our taonga and we want to protect it, and we really need your support. And Barbara, Mrs. Brown, is available to answer any questions, because I'm not an expert on all the numbers.
We have run out of time for questions, but what we might do is, through Council of Research, maybe prepare another time where we can, because I do have a few questions online as well, but to give everyone the same playbook for our deputations today, what we might do is look at with the workshop in this space where we can have sort of a questions and answer session, and of course we're always invited to.
Well, that was the last thing, is the invitation is to come and find out about the place, and you will see why it needs to be supported. Authentic, immersive and interactive activities. There is no place like it in the country. And this place has the buildings and the stories that bring the European and the Māori together, and the programs that we have, not just for the schools, but for adult groups that come. It's all about connectivity, and we absolutely fill the New Zealand curriculum requirements for the history program, which is our stories and our place. And we're very unique in that. And you just don't know what it is.
And you'll have the presentation with the facts and figures as well, if you could.
So Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that we set another time aside. And Mrs. Brown, the dressed up like that is what she does.
I have other outfits.
And it's worth
one of the photos in the box that's been passed around from 1894. It's very historically accurate what you're wearing today.
And we lent a lot of costumes to a library in Auckland that was doing a reenactment of the 130 years of the woman winning the right to vote in New Zealand in October, and they had an absolute ball. So if you look at the Facebook page, there's a lot of photos of people and children in Auckland dressing up, and we did that to promote what we offer, because there's nowhere, at Motat, nowhere else would lend the costumes.
So we look forward to another time frame, and we can provide a lot more. Right, thank you for your time.
And thank you very
Someone's
much.
still got the photos.
They are very well received.
The photos have got something?
I think we had a crossover.
Back that way.
There's some going there.
You're well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excuse me, can I just make a correction? Your question, vision carried promoting 70 for Kapiro, not 80.
Thank you.
We do have Mr. Mason, who is here with the deputation to council regarding our Kapiro Road proposed speed limit. Thank you for coming over today, and it's great to have you in chambers, and we'll pass the time over to you.
Mayor Te Pānea and councillors, kia ora. I'm speaking for 246 community members who want a 70 speed limit on Kapiro Road. Item 6.8 of the council agenda today presents you with 4 options in relation to the interim speed management plan recommendations. I'm here to ask the council to follow option 2, which is the council may receive the recommendations report and adopt the plan in full with amendments. The amendment we are seeking is for the speed limit on Kapiro Road to be lowered to 70. At the appropriate time during this meeting, we ask that the mayor or a councillor and a seconder move a motion to make a requested amendment under part 21.4 option C of the council standing orders, option C being the default council meeting. The only reason any of you are sitting around this table today is because a majority of people in your respective wards voted for you. That majority didn't get someone else, they got you. You can't ask someone to vote or submit on something and then ignore what the majority asked for. Under the principles of decision-making and public law, you're here to represent your communities by acting fairly. In particular, you are required to exercise independent judgment in making the decision rather than rubber stamping the recommendation of another person. In a public petition to lower the speed on Kapiro Road, and by submission via an extensive council-led consultation process, a majority of the local community sought to lower the speed limit on Kapiro Road to 70, not 80, 70. If you are making a decision that does not represent the majority view of the local community or simply rubber stamping the recommendation in the report, it is difficult to understand who you are representing and how you are acting fairly, especially when the majority community view is backed by international best practice in road safety to satisfy the speed setting requirements referred to in option 2. A recent OECD report says that 70 is the appropriate speed for a rural road without a median barrier. This council has been made aware of that report. The OECD report also says that 70 is the threshold speed at which a head-on collision is survivable. That is widely accepted by traffic engineers. NZTA modelling shows that 70 to 75 is the optimum speed for light vehicles travelling on New Zealand roads for emissions reduction efficiency. You might have heard the Radio New Zealand interview on this matter just 2 weeks ago with Emeritus Professor Rolf Sims. From my previous submission, you're all familiar with the Nielsen power model, the most famous and widely cited model on the relationship between speed and injury severity. It demonstrates that if the mean operating speed drops by just 10 kilometres per hour, from 80 to 70, there is a 40% reduction in the risk of fatal accidents and a 35% reduction in all serious accidents. Surely that reduction is worth having. The only possible benefit for adopting a proposed speed limit of 80 instead of 70 is a tiny saving in travel time. Just 37 seconds at the mean operating speed if you drove the entire length of Kapiro Road, and just 18 seconds if you drove only halfway. That's equivalent to an economic benefit of about one place in the queue for a morning coffee. We're talking about the opportunity for a 40% reduction in the risk of fatal accidents here, weighed against getting one place ahead in the queue for a coffee. And when the National Party comes knocking on your door asking for a cost-benefit analysis and setting local speed limits, you can say, we've already done that, Simeon. You can say the economic cost of reducing the speed by 10 kilometres per hour is calculated at just one place behind in the coffee queue.
1 minute.
And you can say we've weighed that economic cost of one place behind in the coffee queue against the increased risk of fatal and serious injury at an average social cost per road fatality of 4.46 million and 468,000 per serious injury, too often cutting short the unfulfilled promise of our Northland youth. And finally, late at night when you hear the fire siren calling the crew to another serious accident on Kapiro Road, you will be able to rest easy in the knowledge that you have done everything you can to ensure those involved get another chance to fulfil their human potential if you vote to lower the speed from 80 to 70. Your decision should be easy. Please vote to amend the proposed speed limit for Kapiro Road to 70. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just in time. And I will ask our staff for some background around this, but my understanding was that for urban areas, New Zealand was switching to odd numbers, so 30 kilometre speed zones, 50 kilometre speed zones, but for rural, we were switching, they were phasing out odd number speed zones, so 70 for 40s, 60s, 100s. Would the residents of Kapiro be against looking at a 60 kilometre speed limit for the roads?
Well, no, they wouldn't. They would obviously support that, because from a safety point of view and a local community amenity perspective, it is infinitely better than 80.
I'll have questions for staff when that paper comes before it, because I may have just made that up, but that was something somewhere in the background of my mind. I don't want someone to fact check me and call me out in the media, but
70 kilometres per hour was included as one of the speed zone options in the council documentation as part of the consultation process, so it was absolutely in there.
thank you for that. We'll follow that up, and you're, of course, welcome to stay for all that paper itself. Thank you for coming for our deputation today.
Thank you. Kia ora. Kia ora.
Our final deputation today is from our Hokianga famous, Mr. Wally Hicks, with several matters which you have sent through. Thank you again for coming along. You've got different things to raise with council today in this deputation, and I'm happy to pass your time over to you.
Kia ora tātou katoa. The difference in kohoko between the 250 speed limit signs, which are now 40, is 13 seconds. That's between 30 and 50. Thank you for hearing me today. Kia ora, Deputy Mayor Man. I've got 5 items, I better get on with it. You've only got this little piece of paper in front of you, but I am referring to page 16 of Tirohana Vision Kohoko, which is lodged with the council. Community aspirations page 16, number 5, which concerns subsidiarity, moving towards subsidiarity. I take the closure of the 2 gorges at either end of our area, if you will, to be like tohu, like signs that point towards our dependency upon trucks to get what we call goods to and from places, and also a sign that what we're going to need to do is become more local, and that is going to be dependent on more local governance. And we have been talking about that, believe it or not. This is the 2nd iteration of a Vision Kohoko document. Kohoko was the first settlement in the entire Far North District to do one of these, with the help of who I consider to be a very great gentleman by the name of Ken Ross. So ever since then, since we started in 2007, we've been talking about some form of local governance that operates below community board. And here I've called it Kaunihira Kaina Mete Tua Whenua, a village or rural council. But what we need to do is do consultation on what it gets called. What I'm recommending to council is that it be a group elected, hopefully, from Māori Town Hall, Business Association, Community Visioning Group, local interested individuals, whatever. And I'd like it, the second line to be local co-governance rather than local governance. And I'd like to recommend that it be built around a structure that already has delegated authority from the council, which is the Town Hall Committee. The Town Hall Committee are, in fact, elected public officials. So that's my idea about a local governance council, which we've been talking about, including with our councillor for probably about 16 years. Number 2, regular, dependable placemaking type funding for community art gallery equivalents. Arts and culture, which I have a lot to do with, loosely falls into 3 categories. Performance, for which council provides town halls with stages. Literary, for which council provides libraries. And visual, for which council provides nothing, really. And so never fear, Wally is here with an idea that the council fund on a regular basis the equivalent of public art galleries, which already exist in most places. There's one here called Te Pō o Te Piki in Kaikui. There's number 1 in Parnell, Village Arts in Kohoko. There have been iterations of this in larger towns, and they've largely failed because of lack of support. I'm asking the question, could that support be on like almost a permanent basis from council, so that the good things come in 3s, don't they? The 3 aspects of arts and culture, performance, literary, and and visual are taken care of. My third idea is just an idea. Every time I come here, I'd like to bring an idea to try and get you re-elected, and by you, what I mean is the centre left of this council. And so this idea is a council-initiated and charity-initiated idea of a nationwide Koha Day. I'm wearing my daffodil day today, and one day I imagine wearing a symbol of Koha Day. Koha is an incredibly important concept, isn't it? Incredibly important concept. A reciprocal gift or reciprocal gifting. Okay. A dark sky observatory. So yeah, there's an idea for you. Koha Day, a dark sky observatory. Perhaps two, one at the top of the Mangamukas, which I don't think will ever reopen, and I think you should consider not reopening it and making it into a reserve. And finally, if I could just refer to the cover of this, the smaller hill, which I call Chief Tohu's Hill in Kohokua, is covered in privet. And that could all be taken away to a zero emissions fast ox gasification facility in Manganuiwai Broadwood, travelling the shortest possible distance, and put in a giant no emissions incinerator, which has no emissions, and convert it into what I call biodiesel or renewable diesel fuel, which we could use to operate our existing cars rather than importing lots of EVs and new models of everything for the next 30 years while we go through the transition that I believe we're already in. And I believe the closing of the gorges, just to finish on kind of a loop, the closing of the gorges at each end of our area, if you will, is a strong indication that we are already in this transition. I thank you for your time again, and I hope to speak to you all again about ideas such as this.
Thank you very much for your deputation, Wally, and you're very welcome to stick around for the remainder of our council meeting, but thank you for speaking to us again. We'll get into our council meeting proper, and I'll be whipping the horse so we can get through this. We'll have a break shortly, but first up I have a understanding orders. Items not on the agenda. I have a minor matter relating to the general business of our local authority that I am going to bring before us today. Now, the resolution for this that I'm moving is that we receive the minutes from the Ngākahu steering group and that we refer them to our 11th of December council meeting for a staff report. We've got those just coming around now, and I believe Councillor John Research is going to be seconding that resolution. It's incredibly important that as part of our process to eventually decommission the Cody Dam, we be kept up to date around what's going on. We've got our steering group who have been working in this space. We have put in an urgent request that we do acknowledge that that meeting took place, that we received the minutes of that, and that we ensure that that is followed up with a more detailed report to receive recommendations that are within this come through. For that reason, I'll invoke standing orders for this matter to bring it to today's table, acknowledging the fact that this is outside of our normal process for getting papers onto a report, but it is simply to receive them and refer them to our next meeting. So if you can indulge me, I have moved it, Councillor Research has seconded it, and unless there's any further commentary, we will have a full discussion on this at our next meeting.
Can I just ask through you, that there will be an accompanying staff report? Yes. Thank you.
Which is why we deferring it to the December meeting so that we have a full staff report to go with it. Councillor Research, did you want to speak to this?
No, just to say that it's critical that we move quickly. It's been long-standing issues, and there's several council resolutions to demolition the dam, so that's what it relates to our last meeting minutes, and I'd like everybody to see it and be prepared for the meeting on the 11th. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further? We'll put that to a vote. All in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions?
Aye.
And that is carried. We'll now go to item 5.1, the confirmation of previous minutes that I'm happy to move. If I could get a seconder for that. Thank you, Councillor Research. I did not pick up on anything. Did you, Councillor Research? Anybody else? We'll put that to a vote. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions, and the motion is carried. We'll now move to item 7.1 on page 195, our community board minutes. And it is really, honestly, it is really great to see all three of our community board chairs here in chambers today. Always lovely to have you ladies here. Thank you for your mahi, day in, day out, across our district. As the mayor, I refer to you sometimes as local mayors because that's what you do in your role. Because our district is so massive, I just can't get around everywhere. And I sit this council table, we represent certain areas, but our district is so big. And so you and your community boards are keeping the fires burning at a local level, so thank you. And I'll just find my page. And first up, if we could hear from Chair Gardner for the Te Aka Community.
Thank you, Mr. At our community board meeting on the 24th of October in public forum, we heard from Ron Wood about Kahumahu Road. He has requested a dust suppressor on that road, so hopefully that's progressing, that road. And we had a deputation from the Rangunu Sports Club with regard to a Wakaama compound at the Unahi Ward. That progress, I'd just like to let everyone know that the community board and the Awanui Ratepayer Group have an MOA over this particular area. And the Awanui Ratepayer Group are the caretakers of the Unahi. And Laurie Andrews is the harbour master there, which she belongs to the Awanui Ratepayer as well. So for this to progress, we need to hear back from the Awanui Ratepayer Group, which hopefully will progress along the lines eventually. Thank you. We also did some funding to particular various groups. So in particular was one for the Graham Dingle Foundation. We allocated $3,000 to that group and $5,000 to the Whānau Marama Trust, which is for our Christmas parade in Kaitaia, which is so important for our district. And a further $1,500 for the Raukatari Music Therapy Group to encourage these people to work with schools in our area. And that's about it from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Chair Rudkin, great to have you in the whare. We'll pass over to you for our Kaikuhikianga Community Board.
Okay, nothing to report, thank you, Mia Moko.
Can I just say, I just noted in this one, and I have a little star next to it, that the community board helped to fund placemaking for Waiho Marae. That's really great to see, and I noted you abstained. Waihoian, we'll pass over to our Bay of Islands Whanganui Community Board Chair.
You'll just see, I'll take those as read, but you'll see that we have 13 speakers, so we beat you this morning at our community board, which is pretty hefty forum before we actually start our meeting. You'll note in the public exclusion confirmation and minutes today in your agenda that we had a little hiccup with some of half of our funding applications going into public exclusion. We actually went into public exclusion for decision making to batch these together because we have so little money for the year, we're only nearly halfway through it. So that was just a hiccup that we ironed out there with, in relation, and that'll all be brought back into the public arena. So nothing much to report in there. We're skimping and saving, and as I've said before, you're only seeing the decision making of the small amounts that we give them, not what they're actually requesting. So we cross our fingers and toes and hope that a lot of these events in the communities can actually proceed with the small amounts of funding that we're giving them. Just one feel good to report this last month from that I'm aware of was the Paihia War Memorial Hall. We have a lot of older volunteers and people all user groups upgraded their chairs. There was about 110 chairs, and they were big, heavy steel, lovely padded chairs, but they were finding them a bit difficult to work with. And they were already second-hand when they came to them. But I just shout out to Broadwood School. Our hall committee was very selective in who they went to, and it was really nice to be able to help out the Hokianga, who on social media sites don't always get first bite of the cherry over the Eastern Ward area. So I think that was really great. The committee was thrilled at selecting Broadwood School to actually board their chairs to at a very friendly rate. So,
thank you, Chair Ward. I'm happy to move this item that we note the community board minutes, seconded by Councillor Lakina. Did anybody want to speak to the community board minutes? Great, we put that to a vote. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? The motion is carried. We'll now go to item 6.1 on page 17, which is the setting of our 2024 meeting schedule. And just want to acknowledge our governance skills, our GGs. We usually get a schedule at our last meeting of the year in December. Now, I don't know about you all, but my calendar's already starting to fill up for next year, so to be able to get these dates locked in just a little bit earlier is actually really timely. So thank you for the work that was put in that space, and to make sure that we get some alignment with Maramataka as per our direction this year. So we've got the dates there that I am happy to move. If we can get a seconder for this paper, please. Thank you, Councillor Radich. Did anybody have anything they wanted to raise with this one? Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. When I was reading this, I was reflecting on the fact that I'm going to be taking the entire month of July off next year, and I'm going abroad. And it got me thinking that, given that's the first time I've ever done that in 9 terms, gosh, if we all went on holiday and took the entire month of July off, we'd all be in trouble, wouldn't we? So I wondered if perhaps we should have a mechanism where we can record if elected members are going to be unavailable for an extended period of time, so that the staff had warning of quorums, because we have struggled in the past. I just signalled that as an idea.
Case.
Yeah, through you, the chair. Thank you, Councillor Court. We have a strategic planning where we plan for Democracy Services team to go over just that. There is a mechanism within Info Council that I think we may be able to use that isn't used currently. A system that we use to collate our agendas, which does track attendance. And then with the full team now, we're also going to be on top of quorum well before the day before meetings to make sure. And we also track what we are aware of on annual leave for elected members in our calendars, so that we are aware of who's away when we are aware. But if there's advance notice, we're always asking, please give us that advance notice. For other elected members that may be taking holidays or have apologies, please in advance. But yes, it's in the plan for 2024, and it's going to be a much smoother ride.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you're going to the northern hemisphere. There'll be middle
I will
winter
be
for us.
in Alaska.
Oh, northern hemisphere, but still winter. That's right, you did tell me that. Did anyone else have anything to raise for this paper? We'll put that to a vote. All in favour say aye. Opposed, abstentions?
Aye.
All right, the motion is carried. We'll now go to item 6.2 on page 25, the temporary road closures for the Kaipui Kaitaia and Paihia Christmas parades. tonight, and we've got staff in the room who can speak, but we'll take everything as read unless there are questions. If I could get a move for that item, thank you, Councillor McNally, seconded by Councillor Kapa. Councillor McNally.
No, standard Christmas road stuff, all good.
Councillor Kapa.
Nothing to add.
Anything else to raise for this one? We have, you know, most mayors will have like 1 or 2 Christmas parades within their district. I love the Christmas cheer and the power of our communities with Kaipuke, Kaipaia, Paihia, Kaio, or Haiawai, Kirikiri, Kawakawa that I'm aware of so far. So Santa Claus is going to be very busy in the far north. We better agree to these road closures so that he can get around our towns.
And you attend the wall,
I can, over the 3 years, my plan is to attend all of them at some point. But
He's going to have his own float and try to win the prize.
we'll put that to a vote. All in favour say aye. Those opposed, abstentions, the motion is carried. Item 6.3 on page 41 is the temporary road closure for this weekend, Kiri Kiri Street Party. And the motion is that council approves the proposed temporary road closure for our street party. Should be a good party. We've also got a council tent on that day for the Kiri Kiri Half Marathon at the Domain for our Te Pātakuria Kiri Kiri Waipapa Spatial Plan engagement with the community. If anyone's free to come along, I'm going to try and make it along. I'm happy to move this one if I could get a seconder.
I'll second it as long as you take the voting petition with you, Mayor Michael.
Yes, I've got it in my bag and I've been taking it everywhere now. Councillor Court, did you have anything you wanted to raise for this paper? Any other members?
Just a bit concerned it conflicts with 6.5 alcohol control bylaw.
I think that Councillor Court, is it my understanding is that there will be a special liquor licence for the...
Yes, I've issued the special liquor licences for this event.
That's lucky. I'll go along.
You'll go along. All right, we'll put that to a vote. All in favour, say aye. Those opposed, or abstention, and that motion is carried. All right, we are going to have a break. If we could get that up for our live stream and for Councillor Foy and Deputy Mayor Stratford, if everyone could be back at 5:02 so that we can start at noon. Resume our council meeting at noon. Thank you. 6.4, Policy and Planning 23-24 Work Program. If I could get a move for this one, please. Thank you, Councillor Rakena, seconded by Councillor McNally. Councillor Rakena, did you have anything you wanted to raise for this paper?
Kia ora, tēnā koe kakaika. I just wanted to ask a question around the just read work the other day, and I'm just questioning staff on the section for identifying mana whakahono in the work program, and is there supposed to be a waste minimisation strategy in the works? I think that both of these are in the planning to come to Te Kuaka Hui at the end too. So I'll just let you know those two, please, Roger.
Okay. So for mana whakahono rohi, we obviously we've got one with Ngāpui, and beyond that, I think we've received something from the Hapu Ropu for Kirikiri Waipapa as well. But outside of that, I'm not 100% clear. Might just for Lani, if you've got any information on any mana whakahono rohi in play that we're aware of.
Yeah, that it's in play.
Okay. We are budgeting for it, but it's just a general budget we're putting forward, and that's only covering off just the agreement, not the actual implementation, which is going to be, the implementation of mana whakahono rohi is actually going to be responsible for each department. So the number one I'm working on right now is with Ngāpui, which we've just received back a draft for us to consider.
Sorry, is that Te Runanga or Ngāpui?
Yeah, sorry, Te Runanga. And on the waste minimisation question, at the moment, the waste minimisation plan has been deferred while working through the procurement of the contract signing for the waste collection contracts, which are out right now. So we've had a discussion around that. We had some advice on that to defer the waste minimisation plan work until we're through that procurement.
So would that have been better added to the upcoming works schedule?
Yeah, when this report came out, it was still on the schedule. That's just a recent decision that's just been made. Yeah.
Okay,
so it wasn't captured in the report in this it's just in the last 2 weeks.
Can I just follow up? Mr. Mayor? And just noting that, so you've mentioned for the Kirikiri Waipapa spatial plan, and that's an engagement made with Ngāti Rehia. We had them at our Arts Council for Te Pātakurea, and just noting on the staff assessment on page 49, the section where it says, due to the operational nature of this report, Māori have not been given an opportunity to contribute to the decision of the report. However, just want to make sure that, how do I say this? It pretty much come to my attention that FNDC and a lot of our processes are currently facing challenges related to poor engagement with Hapu and the project's inception, only because even this morning we've followed up with the hui, and that was to do with Awene, and we had member Filia come in as a representative of Ngāti Hau and Ngāti Kaharu to ensure that addressing the issues is crucial as part of early engagement of Hapu, and is not only fundamental, it's a fundamental aspect of our Te Pai Uta framework, but also aligns with best practices for fostering collaborative, inclusive and effective decision-making processes. Having Hapu at the table from the beginning is not just beneficial, it's essential, vital, necessary for ensuring that projects are culturally appropriate and respectful. So that's all I've got to say, speaking to that one, and ensuring that with our Te Pai Uta framework, that Te Hono have engagement right from the start as well, alongside the Hapu engagement. There's no question, it's just audio.
Councillor McNally, and then Deputy Mayor Stratford.
I just had a few questions. I see that some of the planning and policy work programs are statutory requirements under various pieces of legislation. Then when I was reading through the things, the work in progress, that's all got a pretty little green on. So proposed district plan and the Kirikiri Waikato spatial plan, you're looking to seek confirmation on whether it will be fully independent review panel. I'm not sure, but everything seems like it's pushed out a long way. District-wide spatial strategies, is that completed? Council workshop 5th of September to discuss the project. Significant Indigenous biodiversity, it looks like it's just been shifted towards 2028. Working party group for regionally led approach on giving effect to the new national policy statement on Indigenous biodiversity. It just seems like a whole lot of stuff's just been. I'm going to come back to what are we spending, because that gets back right in the last part of the thing. It talks about the financial little procurement. The state financial implications, and you simply say it's been approved as part of the annual plan 23-24, but a whole lot of stuff isn't going to happen for bloody years, by the look of it. Climate change governance, climate change policy October 23, climate change action reference group to be established September 23 to implement policy going forward. Have we done that? Infrastructure strategy, review of previous strategy completed. It's been presented along with the long-term draft plan procurement document. Can I see that again, please? That was apparently we received in October 24. Development contributions policy. Report due to the 16th of November council meeting. And I don't see it on the agenda unless I have missed reading something. Solid waste strategy. Procurement of waste services project. So the project's on hold due to conflict of interest, risk and consultation risks arising from procurement of waste services project. What project? And we've got to sort that out. We've got a year and a bit to sort that out. Russell placemaking and Kirikiri Waikato placemaking. Apparently we've all workshopped that on September 5th. And we need to integrate it with something or other. Earthworks bylaw. Review by October 24, so a year away. Intention is to revoke it and replace with the rules and leadership plan. There's just a whole lot of stuff in there that you refer to, but it's all deferred. We've got 7 months of this 23-24 spend, and yet according to your report, there is no impact. It's all on the finances. It's already allowed for under, as it's worded there. Been approved as part of the end of plan 23-24. It just seems like defer. How much money we spend, and what are we going to actually complete in the before the end of the financial year, June 30th, 24.
I'm sorry, through the chair, is that?
That's general commentary and.
Yep, sure.
I can ask the questions individually if you like. But a general commentary, just update on the finances, on where we're spending and how and why, when, would be good.
Okay. Through the chair, is it a response, or what do I need to? Sorry, I'm just wondering whether I need to respond to that.
Sorry?
Do I need to respond to that? Is that a question, or am I?
I think Councillor McNally's asked for general commentary around the timing,
yep.
Push outs. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the way to say that.
Yep.
I don't know what you see, Councillor McNally. It just around the finances.
Okay. So
I'll rip it all out with it to him, and you can send me an email. It's all highlighted.
I would definitely appreciate general commentary and for that, please.
Thank you. So the program of work that you're seeing here, we've been working on this for a couple of months, and yet some things are out of sync in here through through some things that actually have happened. We did have a workshop on the Kirikiri. Actually, we had a workshop here on spatial planning, and that was run by staff and also with support from Becca's as well. The idea of that was to actually frame up how we would approach spatial planning, and also consider the timing and prioritisation of spatial plan work for the council. So we used that workshop on September the 5th to inform the work program. So unfortunately, the words have come through, and it looks like that is a future event. It's actually a past event which has happened particularly around spatial planning. And there's a few other things in here as well, which have happened in the past, so the commentary in there is slightly out of sync as per the timing of the report. Coming from the budgetary point of view, this budget, we are 5 months into the year, and we are spending that budget that's been allocated, and I can tell you the financials right now, we are probably ahead of the game on that spend at the moment, compared to previous years. We're spending money on the district plan, we're spending money on the spatial plan, we're spending money on strategy development, which is in here at the moment right now. So I'm pretty assured that by the end of the financial year, we have spent our budget that was approved through the annual plan for professional services and external services that was allocated to us through the annual plan process. The long time frame is because these are long projects. A spatial plan project is, and as was communicated in the room here, is 18 months to 2 years to get through a spatial planning project, because we have to do consultation and we have to assess that and we have to put work into it to do that. So that was communicated on the timeframes that we presented in the room as well. So that's why there's a long lead time on those pieces of work. Infrastructure strategy is in here as well, so we know we need to do that as part of the LTP, and things around the district plan. We're working on the district plan. A hearings panel paper has come up, and it's come up again to form the hearings panel, and we're working through that process, and it is a relatively complicated process because we've had to tick a few boxes on there to make sure that there is no conflicts of interest for the hearings, and we end up having a district plan which isn't going to get being challenged in court. So,
thank you for that, Planning Manager Ackers. Did we have any other questions after? Sorry, Deputy Mayor Stratford. We'll have Councillor Research, and then we'll have Chair Gardner and Jim.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I'm supporting the recommendation to receive this work program, and I just want to tautoko what Steve has raised about the where is it? I've got a concern about the solid waste strategy project being on hold due to a conflict of interest, and I wasn't at Te Medo, our assurance risk and finance hui, but I hope that elected members have been apprised of the risk in more detail, and if not, perhaps Guy, you can follow up on that. What was the other item? Just a reminder to the public that the submissions close on the 28th of November for the marine facilities bylaw. There's a reminder on Facebook about that as well. And I think that we also need to know when we're going to see this report again, Roger, and perhaps in the next report it can have a bit like the action sheet, like progress between, what's the month? November and April next year, what was achieved, so that elected members can see that things are progressing. The other item that I'm concerned about is just making sure that the earthworks bylaw doesn't miss its review time. I'm sure that your brilliant staff have that in hand, but the district plan probably, that process isn't going to be completed for, at least 18 months or more. But yeah, this is a really good report. It's good to see that bylaw reviews happening, and just for the public and elected members' information, this council let a number of bylaws lapse either in the last triennium or the previous triennium, so it's good to have a program making sure that we are reviewing them in time so we don't have to start bylaws all from scratch. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Deputy Minister, for Councillor Research.
A couple of questions. You've got on page 53, climate change public education program. Question I've got there is, we're not an educational institution, so I presume what you're talking about is going to directly relate to our missions target, achieving our mission targets. Can you explain how that is doing that, because it's not that clear?
Yep. I'll talk briefly to it, but we'll call it.
Another two questions.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry.
So the other two questions, I'll just give it to you now, and that's, and the Deputy raised solid waste strategy, the on hold and the risk. I know we're going out for contract, and if we go out for consultation as well, it does cause some problems. I can see that potentially could cause problems. But what I'm concerned about is, and we've done a lot of work about solid waste strategy in the previous term. What I'm concerned about is if the contract's being worked that doesn't meet what we want to do with that strategy, and it's for an extended period, where does it leave the strategy? So those are my two questions.
I might ask Bri if it's okay just to talk to that one. If that's okay, then I'll come back to your second question.
Yeah.
So with the solid waste strategy, so yes, there is a conflict that's come up through that procurement process. That procurement process is around the waste services, which is mandated by central government. So it was some of the other conflicts that have come up through that procurement process, which is what's put the solid waste strategy why that's been deferred for a while. So we still have a current WMP, and our current WMP still includes some generic waste minimisation activities. So I don't believe that there'll be anything that we any major activities that will be missed or that we'll have to backtrack in developing a new solid waste strategy. Does that help answer that?
No.
Okay.
I'm just thinking that if we're going to go and look at this, what's our solid waste strategy, and what and the contract has been let, that does restrict what we can actually do. We're not going to go back and say, "Well, sorry, the contract's none of the way." That would be silly to do that.
So the contract at the moment is for this. So is for the waste services, and that is mandated by central government. So that'll stay the same. That section will stay the same, no matter what. So it's the other components of the WMP.
Okay, that's okay. So on the climate change education program, I think Esther Powell's online. She was going to be online.
Yeah, no,
so
I'm here.
Part of the, so she can talk to some details around the education program, which is part of our wider climate change program. So.
Yeah, I want to see how it relates directly, because time about us spending money, as little as possible to achieve our results. One of our results, which you'll agree with, is reducing emission targets. So I want to know how this piece of work is going to do that. Yep.
Kia ora koutou, ko Esther tako ingoa. Yeah, so education is really important for a number of different reasons, but I'll just go back to the beginning. So in April 2020, Council approved the climate change roadmap, and that had 4 streams of action. So the 2 that are most important to the education program is building community resilience and the future proofing. So part of what was adopted was council supporting the communities to effectively be carbon neutral by 2050. So the education program is part of that. So also for building resilience in communities, and having an understanding of climate action, climate change, of how the communities can reduce their emissions, can build their own resilience. The education starting with the children, with the younger children, they influence the older generations. They come through, and if you start educating your population, then it is a change in the way you think of doing things. So it's a very powerful tool when it comes to climate action.
I've got education is crucial. I've got no charge against education. If you mentioned the communities, and when in our strategy, I'd love to see us supporting the community, individual communities, and how they can actually do practical things that can reduce that emission and make progress. Generally, education, and we've got some educationists here, in terms of creating awareness, that's probably best done through our current educational departments.
Yes, so how we are working at the moment, so what we're doing with developing the education program is we're working with Enviro schools and working with them to get more hours into Northland in the schools. Part of the education program is being run through the libraries, so we're going to be having, what do they call them, term topics. So in the first term of next year, there's a climate action topic in libraries, which our team is supporting and developing resources for. So it is being run out of different parts of the organisation which guide education, but the climate change umbrella sits with us to pull that flavour in.
Well, I think I get a fair idea what you're doing there, so thank you.
Thank you. Chair Gardner.
Oh, thank you so much, and thank you for this really good report. Thank you. Just a couple of things. I'd like you to actually explain to me, because I'm not really sure what it all means. It's the Oruru Valley project. What's that all about, please?
I might.
The cultural sites of significance.
Yeah,
yes, it is. Yeah, it's a pilot project we're running there. So Tammy, you want to talk to?
So Oruru Valley is a pilot program to help us give effect to our statutory obligations through the RMA to protect and identify sites and areas of cultural significance. So a decision was made by council when the proposed district plan was being created that due to the scale of that piece of work, we would do a future separate plan change. A resolution was passed that, and it's stated in the relevant section 32 report that's out with the proposed district plan, that at the time of council decision, subject to funding and central government reform, we would undertake a dedicated plan change to do that. To put us in the right place to do that, we're currently using the Oruru Valley as a pilot study to create a methodology that will inform how we do that work across the district. So we had a hapu group that was already working in this space, so they were ready to do it, and they were working already with Heritage New Zealand. So that is going to, we're just in the process of signing up the contracts to do that with the hapu, a heritage expert, and also a cultural expert who can come out and help with the assessments of the hapu. So we will be shortly, we're just in the middle of also working on our comms program because it will relate to 50 cultural sites, and we're just currently working out where that's a mixture of potentially private and public land.
Okay, thank you. And the only other thing is, it's good to see that the Rangitoto management plan is progressing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ward. Then Councillor Foy.
Thank you, Michael. Just in relation to the community board funding policy, I note that that was actually a touch point at the combined community board workshop. I don't know that that was very well attended. I don't think any of us chairs were actually there, so perhaps a workshop or update on that would be appreciated. The case is looking...
Oh, sorry, I didn't catch which workshop. I'm sorry, just so I can...
Community board combined workshop.
On the 8th.
Oh, the workshop held at the Innovation Centre.
So, I think we need to be more up to speed as boards because the attendance wasn't that great. Just on the upcoming work, I think the real concern I have, looks like January is going to be really busy, which is great, addressing a lot of those bylaws, but my main concern is actually around the freedom camping one and the change in legislation and how we're not up to speed, with that on the ground and don't have the ability to monitor and enforce. So all I ask of council is that as far as signage goes on our reserves, for no camping and lighting applies, particularly if we're going to have a dry summer, if we could actually attend to that. I know it's a really short time frame between now and Christmas, but I think a lot of our signs have either been vandalised or graffitied. I think it's really important that we get the message out there loud and clear that people are going to be camping, and just clearly where are no camping and lighting, no fires on our reserves are.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Foy. Then Councillor Hauki Haruiga.
Got a photo. Lowering my hand. Thank you for this report, Roger, and to the staff. first of all, I just wanted to recognise what a huge workload this is, you know, for such a small team. When we look at all these dots, you know, that means that this very small team that you see here in the room and online is doing all this work. But the main questions that I have is about the policy and planning work being done in interrelating with infrastructure planning and growth, namely the Kerikeri Waipapa structure plan, proposed district plan, the district-wide spatial strategy, and then I had to flip another couple of pages, go down to development contributions, and then if we look at as well, probably the housing strategy, which may not relate or not to growth and infrastructure. My question to Roger is, what support are you being given for all of these growth and infrastructure projects or planning to actually get the data to project growth, to understand our asset management, and what milestones are part of your reporting to us as elected members to show progress on this? And I'll give you the reason why I'm asking this, because we have waited literally more than 5 years for a development contributions policy. We have waited more than 6 years for our asset management system, which we told was being done, and we found out that I don't know what was being done because we don't have any asset management system. Our projects are in. We were given a name. There was no delivery. And when we were asking in the long-term plan just the other day in our capital works program, when we looked at stormwater, we were told that there were no projects in the long-term plan, no capital funding in order to address overland flow paths. And so what I'm highlighting to the other elected members here is that this team can't do their work without that support from infrastructure, and how they part of the team and how they resource to deliver that, and when we'll be given the milestones for delivery, so we can define our areas of benefit, we can define looking at planning for growth, and we can plan for that in our long-term plan accordingly. Thank you, Roger. Is that over to you?
Yep, through the chair. So I guess I'll start with how we are set up right now, and that's the first port of call, is how we are set up is to do integrated planning. So what I'm seeing, or what is actually happening right now, is the managers who are across these various work programs are working quite close together and collaboratively on bringing these pieces of work together, and we are sharing information across those three teams, that climate change, the district plan, and the spatial planning work, and then the policy and planning team. So they are working almost hand in glove at the moment. So we recognise that we do have data issues. In fact, that the data issues that you've raised have had a direct impact on our ability to pull together an evidence-based development contributions policy. So what you've raised is a concern to us, and but we're doing our best to move forward as best that we can with the lack of evidence. A development contributions policy does require evidence of growth, and evidence of growth comes in things like spatial plans and any other supporting data, and we've really struggled with that. So we have done a lot of analysis of that, and then it's also fitting into the housing work as well for the same reason. The lack of evidence out there to support what we're putting forward in the way of policy is quite challenging. However, we are moving forward, and we are doing integrated planning, and we are talking with the transport planning staff, and from an infrastructure planning point of view, we're actually looking to bring in the expertise in infrastructure planning into the integrated planning team as well, so we can actually do some of that work ourselves. We just employed a GIS spatial analyst. I can't get the exact title of that job, and he's started and is working directly in the integrated planning team. So that's something we haven't had for a number of years, to have that capacity and capability within the integrated planning team. So we're setting things up right, and they are all fitting into these projects, and we're also ensuring that the district plan is part of that process as well, as we do the integrated planning between the spatial planning. And that's hard because the district plan is out in front, and this is following. In an ideal world, it would be on the other way, as a district plan, we'll be following the strategic direction that's been set, but we know that's not in place. But the team is working really hard to ensure that we can actually bring those things together. But yes, we do have a lack of data, we do have a lack of information, and we're going everywhere and anywhere we can to try and to fill that gap as much as we can, to the point that we feel that we're comfortable and confident enough that we can put stuff forward that it's evidence-based and not just us making up stuff. Does that make sense?
Thanks, Roger.
Sorry, did I answer you? Yeah.
The words made sense, but my question was really who? Like, can I please have the name of the person and the budget associated with it that us as elected members are approving to provide you that capability and capacity to deliver that necessary infrastructure and engineering asset management so that these hardworking people in your team can do their job. And if you don't have enough money for that engineering and asset management and data to support with it, we as elected members need to know that, and it needs to be candid with us, because I don't want to let our public down again with the lack of asset management for our district and therefore restricting and constraining growth and not being able to plan properly. So we'd really like you to be candid with us in that respect and to actually tell us how that's been addressed and which team they are, or if they're a consultant, what the budget is for that and what the milestones are in order to deliver that, please.
Okay. Through the chair, can I suggest that for staff that we would report back on the specifics on that one, because I just want to make sure I get that clearly communicated around the gap that we see and that we're actually answering the question. That's okay.
Thank you for that, Roger. Yeah. Councillor Haukiat Haruira.
Kia ora. I kind of agree with Tamati there about, Māori have not been given an opportunity to contribute, so I wouldn't know if anything's missing, but if there is something missing, can we bring it to you?
Yes. Yep.
Cool, thank you. And then I just got a couple of things that have already been mentioned. Just a reminder that Ngāti Kahu are in the midst of getting ready for the Y45 claims. I don't know when that's going to be held, which will influence things that happen in Oruru, Rangitoto Pā, and many other places in the Ngāti Kahu area. And also we've got the stage 2 report for Waitangi Tribunal coming out on December the 9th. But I suppose with Oruru, I was wondering about what that was too, and thank you for that. It's probably going to be a template for other things. And I was just a little, because other people have mentioned things I was going to bring up. I'm just worried about the date for Rangitoto Pā, July 2025. I'd really ideally like to see July 2024 for a deadline, and I know that I have seen big projects held up because of a lack of cultural impact assessments or management plans, and I'm just wondering, is it a council issue, or is it maybe do we need to outsource that? Just a thought. You don't need to answer it, but I dislike seeing things that could be resolved, because for Rangitoto, which is a critical kaupapa for Te Hiku Community Board, and what we've been told is that the weeds that are growing so high are becoming uncontrollable, and when there's a delay, blah blah blah, etc. That's all I was saying. Thank you. Look forward to the smoke-free policy coming, and hopefully there'll be a draft, and there also has to be maybe, I don't know, that's going to be something that's adopted by 2025, but also a stance on vaping. I mean, we've got alcohol bylaws and other smoking cigarette things and all that kind of stuff, but even it's all.
Councillor Kapa.
Kia ora, Rog. Thank you very much for the report. Tautoko mihi ka tō roku. Just got two, very simple. On page 54, it relates to the housing strategy. Glad that it's in the green, it's been worked. Also note that the target completion is December 26. might be out of my period. But clearly, from today, we have a workshop at 2 p.m. Is that part of the planning in this as well?
Yes.
Excellent. And so from today's point to December 26th, would you be providing us with a timeline and how things will progress?
Yeah. Just jumping ahead a little bit to this afternoon. This afternoon is to discuss the strategy and actually get your endorsement and approval to move that forward. So we're putting an action plan as an interim. Oh, sorry, you're right.
The endorsement's actually happening in the December.
Oh, yes, the December council. Oh, sorry, yeah, the December. There's a paper going to the December council meeting on that one.
Which will include a timeline.
Yeah.
Excellent, thank you very much. And I just jumped down to that. I know it's been mentioned before, the solid waste strategy. It's in red. I'm just conscious between from today, November 16th to June 13th, which is our next council, what would be happening in between those times?
Yep, sorry.
So the issue is that engagement currently can't happen because of the conflict of interest. So we've already done all the background and research that's required. It is the engagement component that's really important to move that project forward. So we can't move forward until we've engaged with the community and stakeholders and iwi and hapu and that needs to happen.
Okay, so there will be a number of meetings between now and June the 13th, or January the 13th. I suppose you'll be keeping us up to date with what's happening.
Yes, it's all dependent on the procurement process, unfortunately. So it's just there was just some conflict of interest that came in through that process. So
is that to elaborate on that? Just because I can see people kind of like looking like what's going on here. So we've got a procurement process underway out for tender that we have key stakeholders bidding for, and that causes a conflict of interest in terms of going out for the solid waste strategy, that they would also be key stakeholders for giving feedback on what that strategy would look like, that they will then give effect to if they were to win the tender.
Yes, that's right. Yes, so they would be able
So the timing is a little bit messy there, which is why we're in the lead. So once the procurement is completed, then it will be more appropriate to go through knowing who wins those contracts. That, okay, actually, you don't get to, your say over your conflict of interest in determining what you have to do for your contract. That's the sort of...
Yes.
Cool. And that procurement process, is it a local procurement or is it? When I make reference to local, and I'm thinking just in other settings where there was a preference toward local contractors as opposed to external.
So I don't want to talk to the procurement process, sorry, because it's not my team.
All of our procurement follows our sustainable procurement policy, which gives weighting to local contractors who put in tenders.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rakina, right of reply. We'll put that to a vote. All in favour say aye. Those opposed, abstentions, that is carried. Item 6.5 on page 57, which is to take our alcohol control bylaw out for consultation as is. Seconded by Councillor Hauki Harawira. Deputy Mayor Stratford.
I'm supporting the recommendation as it stands. The report is excellent, highlights why we need to go down this path, and police have spoken to us at the last time when we last reviewed the bylaw, and said how difficult it makes their job if we do not have a bylaw. I'll leave it at that for now.
Councillor Hauki Harawira.
Kia ora, I tautoko this bylaw continuing with taking note of 4.4 page 71, that in the future that Awanui, Cable Bay, Manganui or Highway and maybe others be included when it comes up for public consultation. I think the only objection that I want to note is 6.2.4 on page 72. I like the whole kaupapa, but I don't agree about having this bylaw empower, whether it's our officers or police officers, to search people's vehicles. It's the only thing I object to, because it has caused real big dramas depending on who's doing the searching, how they do it, because police can use powers to search a car under, looking for Class A drugs. So that's the only thing I can say, but I like the idea of that police can do this sort of work without being limited.
Thank you. Donald, are you able to comment? My understanding is that we, as a territorial authority with the power to create a bylaw, do not get to pick and choose which parts of the Act
you're exactly,
we can enact in our bylaw. Is that right?
Yeah, you're exactly right. The bylaw gives the police the powers, and they include search. Somebody's hiding a bottle or something, but they might be hiding bottles in their car, and so they're allowed to do that. It also gives them the ability to seize that alcohol, basically ask people to pour it out, throw the container in a bin, and they're also allowed to ask people to move on. So those aspects are set down in the legislation, and we can't change
all
that.
or nothing.
Pretty much. But there's another element to it that the police powers are very discretionary. They can choose, for example, if somebody's having a peaceful Chardonnay on the beach or whatever, they can assess that a high level of crime and disorder is not happening, so we're not going to act. So it's really over to the police how they actually implement those powers that they have.
Just to respond to that, when I was young, we used to do these little cards that we give out to people, young Māori, about know your rights. About a month ago, my grandson was standing at the bus stop in his school uniform, and he was asked by a policeman in a car, "Oh, you look like the person who just robbed a local countdown." And so it's the only thing I object to is searching cars, because if we can, eliminate that, and like I say, there's another power, there's another leeway in for police to go looking for Class A drugs. Because you're talking about in our local streets, we all know how hoha people are when they start drinking, and we don't want to normalise it. I saw the big difference in Kaitaia when they put the alcohol ban down. Kaitaia was huge. But searching the cars, I think, can be a bit out of hand if you've got, the wrong policeman doing it. So discretionary can be very friendly to hostile. So that's all I want to say.
Just to that point, and it's not my department, but we do have 6 weekly meetings with the police and with Te Whatuora, Health New Zealand, relating to alcohol-related issues. Largely it's to do with licensing, but that gives an informal channel for us to quietly say to the police, hey, just be careful when searching vehicles. Then that's, the feeling from our elected members. So we can pass that back informally.
Thank you for that. It's really nice. Councillor Kappa.
Oh, sorry.
All right, Councillor Deputy Minister, did you want to write a reply?
No, I just want to highlight the other methods that the report alludes to include the developing of a local alcohol policy, which would, be totally supported by many of our hapu and iwi around our district, and many of our community members have talked to us in previous trienniums about pursuing that local alcohol policy work. And that was the closing statement, Councillor Foy.
Thank you. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Abstention from Councillor Court, and the motion is carried. We'll now go to item 6.6.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Update of council delegations under legislation. I'm happy to move. Need a seconder?
Happy to second.
Fails for lack of a seconder. Okay, Councillor Court. Thank you, Councillor Court. My understanding is that this is an updating of the existing delegations, so there are no changes to the delegations that our staff currently have, other than to reflect the fact that we've had a realignment and a change in job titles. And I can see Marguerite over there nodding her head, so I'm happy to support this. Councillor Court. Deputy Administrator.
Yeah, just in light of some of the kōrero that's come out of the workshop, the hui that Te Hono had yesterday morning, I just want to remind staff that you can send out of policy decisions on remissions to this table. So if something doesn't fit the policy within the organisation, it should through the CE office come to this table. Kia ora.
Well, thank you for that, Councillor Hakiat Haruira.
Kia ora tātou. Just kei roto i tēnei te tahi mea kiau, kei hia te ringa Māori, kei hia te reo Māori i roto i ienei whakaita. So I'm just wondering, you know, is there room to include a Māori signature in any of this too, in part of the discussions?
For specific delegations, or
I suppose you relate to Māori land, Māori freehold land.
I think, so yesterday, just to give our colleagues a bit of context, yesterday we had a workshop with our Te Hono team around the implementation of the Rating of Whenua Māori Act, and what that, because it's a new act that's just come through last year, and now we're operationalising that within our heavily pumped SWABIT ratings team, and what that allows us to do to try and enable Māori landowners to develop their land so that they can contribute to rating and everything like that. What we've got is a work stream with Te Hono to look at some of our processes in that area. Apparently I've said space 11 times already in this meeting. Someone messaged me, so I was trying to not use that word. So what I would ask by Hilda is that we leave this delegations to go through as is, but that I expect that when we see that work stream come through Te Hono, looking at, for example, if there's a deceased estate or someone who wants to, under the new amendment, get a clean start, that we would see if there is any need for change to delegations that come through with that. Would anyone staff like to comment? Marguerite?
Yeah, I think maybe what we'll be talking around is the Whenua Māori Amendment Act allowed the Act actually gave the CEO of a local authority the right to write off rates that were non-recoverable. So it doesn't actually go to council. The Act actually gave that delegation to the CEO. And we have that already in place. So we've already got a process for that. We already manage that. And that is to do around non-recoverable rates, but also non-rateable Māori freehold land. And so all that falls in there around deceased, anyone that's sort of deceased ratepayers taken over the land, we can raise the rates. But again, that sits with the CEO. And then
We're not contesting the CE authority in that area. I think it was more when we got a better understanding of what it was, because for many of us it was new, and what that allows, and how we can make sure to get the most of that for our people when we still have 1,257 Māori title accounts that have rates set on there at an average of around $2 million for the past 5 years each year. So it was trying to work, how do we get ahead in this, and rather than having $10 million of debt from our Māori whenua, we have $10 million in rates coming into the bank from our Māori whenua. And so I know Te Hono will no doubt be coming to speak to your team if there's anything that's needed or required there. But otherwise, we had a really good session yesterday, which really opened our eyes up in there. But yeah, definitely I'm looking forward to seeing more.
I'll speak to
that. Are you happy with that, Councillor?
I'm sorry, I know Chief Executive. Who's the General Manager of Corporate Services? Sorry.
That was Janice Smith, and now we have Margaret, who is acting.
It's all right. And the Chief Financial Officer now is? Jonathan. Kia ora, Jonathan. Transaction Services?
That's Zena Tango.
Oh, yes. And Rating Services, Team Leader?
That's Carolyn Dudley.
Sorry?
Carolyn Dudley. She's the Rating Services Team Leader. Yeah.
I suppose I'm just wanting to make sure there is a real voice, a real personality somewhere in one of these boxes, that's all. Just something to think about, because if we're not represented, It just, I'm not saying it's unfair, but is it fair? So, kia ora.
Thank you, and thank you. I don't have a right of reply, so we'll put that to the vote. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? The motion is carried. We'll now go to item 6.7 on page 121. Our committee recommendations and resolutions. So we've got a number there. Now, following on from our Te Whānau Moana, Te Rorohuri, Haitatai, Marangai Marae deputation this morning, where we had resolution from Te Kuaka come through. You'll note that in our minutes there's no escalations required from that meeting. I did ask in that space about that resolution that came through along with that deputation from Te Kuaka, and that is going to be coming to December 19 as well. Just so you know that I am.
That was for an MOU to be signed with the council.
So I'm happy to move these if I could get a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Vucic. Councillor Vucic, was there anything from these committee recommendations you wanted to raise?
All good.
Councillor Court.
I'm going to make an observation that I'm a little uncomfortable that at the Transport Committee meeting we were asked to do 2 decisions. So we've now got 2 reports. One is just to receive it, and the next item is to deliberate. And I don't think that's consistent, and it makes me extremely uncomfortable. And I don't know if that's a problem in the delegations, but it's not an efficient use of council resource and elected member time. So I'd like to consider a revisit of the delegations of the committees. And if the committee comprises a majority of councillors, as the Transport Committee does, the decision should end at that committee. There should be no requirement to bring it forward to full council for ratification. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and I'll have commentary in our introduction to this paper as well. And thank you, Councillor Court. We'll put that to a vote. All in favour say aye. Those opposed? Councillor Court. Opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. Item 6.8, Bay of Islands Kiri Kiri Interim Speed Management Plan. Now, when I when I saw this in the agenda preview, I did question staff as to how this had come back when we had voted this down at our Te Koko committee meeting, and if it was brought back to the table, understanding orders would need a 75% majority to overturn a decision. So I'll ask, before we move this item itself, I'll just ask staff to speak from a legal perspective, how, or operational perspective, how this is able to be back in our agenda, because additional information or whatever that reason was that I can't recall as to how this did get back in there. And just that we could get some commentary around that area. Well, no, area is my new word in space. Commentary on this paper. Why is it back in front of us? It got turned down at Te Koko, so there must be a perspective as to why this is coming back to us for consideration. And it's not because I voted for it at the meeting while it's on the table too. Thank you, Elizabeth. Is that you who's going to speak to this? You in that meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to defer to governance if I can. I'd like to defer to governance if I can as to why the paper is back before you, the legal reasons behind that, and I'm happy to speak to any details of the paper.
Sure. So through the chair, Guy, did you want to make comment or would you?
Just that it was brought back to council and signed off by myself, CEO, under my discretion. But Casey, you can explain that fully if you like.
So in order for the paper to revisit council or come through to council having been a lost recommendation, the report needs to come through as a completely new report with new information, evidence, attachments to support the information in the new report. So while it has the same title, I believe, it is a brand new report. The reasoning behind, or the rationale behind bringing that report to this table today is because of the amount of subsidized funding that we stood to lose, the amount of loss in the work already have been, that was already completed up to this point, and the fact that had it not come to this council meeting, it wouldn't have been able to be revisited until 2028. Am I correct? So that was the rationale behind the CE bringing it to the table today.
I'd like to raise a point of order through you, Mayor Maiko, that there is no new information in this report that was not known to the committee at the time the decision was taken. The report was comprehensive and it included the subsidy funding, and Councillor McNally asked several questions in relation to that. My point of order is there is no new information. There are no grounds under standing order to bring a defeated motion back to the table simply because what appears to be somebody didn't like the outcome.
I have a further point of order, Kahika. This paper is not actually being brought back to the council table.
On the first point of order, that standing order that he's required to rule on the first point of order.
Did you hear me?
No, sorry, we're ruling on the first point of order. Unless staff, to Councillor Court's points raised, unless staff could give me a reason why this can be on this, I will rule in favour of Councillor Court's point of order that this was lost at Te Koko, and I apologise to our community who have been misled that there was a second chance for this, although if they did put this back on the table, they need to get a notice of motion signed with 75% of councillors to support it to overturn a decision. But I do apologise to our community that this is back on the table potentially without reason. So if staff could please give me, and I appreciate the commentary you've given, Casey. We did get some background at our agenda preview as well, and did note the fact that we would need to have introductory commentary as to why this is back on the table at today's meeting. But if I could please have staff to assure to me that this can sit on the otherwise I'll rule in favour of Councillor Court's point of order.
I don't know if legal or Elizabeth.
Through the chair, if I may, although the information is substantially the same, as Councillor Court has mentioned, the way the paper is structured and presented to council is quite different than what was presented to the Tekoko committee, in the fact that we've taken that interim speed management plan and broken it into several sub-catchments, giving council the ability to consider not all or nothing, but rather on a catchment by catchment basis, which I feel is quite different than what was presented to the Transport Committee.
Sorry, Your Worship, to come back to my point of order, rewriting the paper in a different format does not introduce new information. I come back to my original, my substantive objection and point of order is that unless there is substantial new information in this report that was not known to the committee at the time the original decision was made, I'm not discussing the merits of the paper, I'm discussing points of law, you cannot come back and have a second bite at the pie. You simply can't.
I think we should have an adjournment before you do your ruling, because this isn't coming back to the council table. It hasn't come here. But you should adjourn.
I am happy for us to adjourn for 5 minutes so that somebody can do some work for me. Otherwise, I will be ruling. I intend to rule in favour of Councillor Court's point of order. But can I please get a legal opinion? I defer to the 9 terms that you've served on this council and would never challenge that with my 4 years at this table, Councillor Court. But if staff could please give me a surety as to what's going on here, I'd appreciate that. If we could pause our live stream. Go get a coffee. Thank you for that, and welcome back to our council meeting after that brief adjournment, just to tidy up our side of things. Before the adjournment, we had a point of order raised by Councillor Court that item 6.8 on our council table, on our agenda today, should not be indeed. I am going to rule against that point of order that this can be, based on the advice from staff during the adjournment. And I'll just please ask Carla from our legal team if you can just speak to why this is on the table today and how it can be on the table today as well.
Certainly. The report has gone to the committee, and essentially bringing it to council would be recanvassing that report or that decision, so the Councillor Court is right in that aspect. However, the terms of reference for that committee only has a boundary around it, is to receive and consider speed management petitions. It's not to adopt or make a decision on. So this essentially is now a new item coming to council. It also voids the reasons why it's come back to council, because it wasn't in the terms of reference to consider to make a decision on in the first place. So the reason for bringing it back, that under the new information, is null and void based on the fact that terms of reference don't allow for the committee to make this decision. So this is now a new item being considered and voted on for the first time by this council.
Thank you for that, Carla. If I could just ask you to give commentary around our previous paper, 6.7, where we have just taken the recommendation from our Te Koko Transport Committee for the North Hokianga interim speed management plan, which was, can you just speak to as to whether we need to revisit that at all? My understanding from what you've just said is that our Te Koko Committee received and have recommended to council to accept it, so we don't need to revisit that one?
No, if that has come to council as a recommendation, that's okay. Yes, yep.
Councillor Court, based off of that, are you happy with that ruling and that this will be considered today? Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments to be made before we ask for a move on? Councillor Court.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to move the recommendation that council receive the regional speed limit review, particularly Mayoral catchment recommendations report, and that we adopt only the final bullet point schools. We are legally required to adopt speed limits around schools. That is the only legal requirement. So therefore I'm moving schools, and a C, then that the council adopt, and I'm going to have to leave it blank at this point until we've received staff advice, a lower speed limit for Kapiro Road. They've asked for 70, the report speaks to 80. My understanding is 70 is not a legal speed limit unless it's a temporary speed limit, but I'm not an expert, and I would like to get some advice from our experts in the room and populate that number afterwards. And I'm sorry, I'm taking a bit of cheek here with standing orders, but I hope you'll forgive me.
So,
Waipapa Road, sorry.
Waipapa Road to blank again as well, or to 80, to 60.
I'm just going to leave it blank because we need to have a debate.
Thank you. So Councillor Court is moving an alternate resolution that Council A, as is in your agendas, B, 9 point, is that say 9? Yes. Schools, and C, lower the speed limit for Kapiro Road to yet to be determined following staff conversation, and Waipapa Road to blank yet to be determined following staff. And if I could get a seconder for that motion, seconded by Councillor McNally. If I could please ask Elizabeth back to the floor. Welcome back.
Thank you.
If you could please speak to one, the appropriate speeds that should be populated in this alternate motion, and then two, I would like your professional feedback on the dropping of points Roman numeral 1 through to 8 in this alternate motion as well, for us to consider it's being moved in. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Certainly, thank you. Well, I'm happy to say that the Mayor is correct, that Waka Kotahi recommends only 60, 80 and 100 in speed limits between 60 and 100. So those 20 km/h increments. However, it's only a recommendation. And 70 km/h is a legal speed limit and can be used certainly as an interim measure. For Kapiro Road, staff considered both 60 and 80. Because of the amount of development currently on Kapiro Road, we felt that 80 between those two was the more appropriate speed limit, but 70 could certainly be considered. In regards to Waipapa Road, we're recommending a safe and appropriate speed of 60 km/h. We feel the increasing pressure of development on Waipapa Road, the presence of bike lanes, the incidence of many vehicle crossings supports that lower speed limit. So that's point one.
Thank you. We'll stop you there before the next part if I can. Based off that, are you happy to populate your point C to your alternate motion with speed limits?
Resolution through you 70 for Kapiro Road and 60 for Waipapa Road.
Thank you.
That's cool.
60 and 70. Now to the, I would like some feedback on this alternate motion as it stands, because it is different from your staff recommendation, please, Elizabeth.
Absolutely, thank you. So, Councillor Court is correct in that we are required to set speeds around all schools no later than December of 2027. So I appreciate that the schools have been considered in the alternate amendment. By leaving out the other areas, however, and doing perhaps just Kapiro or Waipapa Road, we're not doing that holistic treatment of speed limits. So we'll have Kapiro Road, for example, at 70 km/h, but a road that comes into Kapiro at an open road speed of 100, which to the driver makes no sense. The other thing that I would ask the council to consider is that we have consulted on the entire catchment. We did not consult on just one portion or not. So the public is anticipating that there will be changes to speed limits throughout the area that we consulted on. Lastly, I'd draw your attention to the dependent project section of this paper, noting that we have several other projects and other temporary speed limits that are really dependent on council considering the other areas that are marked out in this catchment.
Question,
sorry, no, I'm going to go to our mover and seconder for comment, and then to open the floor. Councillor Vucic, Councillor Court.
Thank you, Your Worship. This has been before us twice before, and once at a workshop, and I have spoken at great length at both at all three of those opportunities. You'll be pleased to know that I'm not going to make you suffer through all of that again. I am concerned that the legislation that underpins this, for getting the speed limit rule, was promulgated under Road to Zero. It is about reducing deaths and serious injuries on the road. But it's become somewhat schizophrenic over the development of the paper in that it's now being used as a placemaking instrument. It is not a placemaking instrument. This is about addressing where deaths and serious injuries are occurring on our network. And we know from the crash data analysis that these deaths and serious injuries are happening on Pera Road and Waipepa Road. And there is no evidence that I have seen that says that there is an issue anywhere else in the catchment. It's more a form of taking a preemptive strike. Having said that, the law also requires that this is reviewed every 5 years. So if the landscape changes, the opportunity is there for this to come back to council and for us to adopt a different approach, whoever sitting at this table in the future. I just want to touch base on a couple of things. Yes, we consulted on this, but, and Steve might be able to correct me when he gets his turn to speak, the amount of people that actually submitted in support of this was less than 1%. Less than 1%. I don't want anybody to think that there's a whole community out there thinking this is a good thing. Also, the discretion sits at this table. The discretion to pick and choose any part of a resolution sits at this table. And just because you've gone through a public consultation process does not bind you. It's very important we understand that this week's the law. And my final point, and I raised this at all three previous opportunities, and I want to raise it again now. I'm not opposed to safe and sensible speed, but I am passionately opposed to the Crown and Waka Kotahi using speed limits as an excuse to not invest in our network. And there is irrefutable evidence that this was discussed at the board table of Waka Kotahi, who agreed that this was an instrument that would lower levels of service on our network. The official position is that it isn't, but you talk to anybody outside of the official position and it is. So I want to hold the Crown to account to ensure that they continue to give us the money that we need to ensure that we have a fit-for-purpose network for the people of the farmers in the future. That's all I'll say at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McNally, then Councillor Research.
A minute, please, sir. There was a couple of reasons I think that this the Transport Committee meeting ended up at a tied vote, and that was one was the failure to provide adequate financial information around the costs, and the second one was it was all just a bit confusing. The reference you made to dependent projects, the majority of those are actually schools, Kerry Transport Choices, Honeyhickey Road, Kerikeri Road, based on the new design lowered speed limit. We can include that in this submission. Then it's Kerry Primary High School, Safe Zone, Riverview Safe School, additional 8 schools, Oromahori, Whangai Road, temporary speed. One of that is, and I'll ask Belinda, our Dave Island's Whangarei chair, she'll have a comment on that, I'm sure. Part of that's to do with the Twin Coast Cycle Trail, which expires December. And then the one that had me interested was Kerikeri Road, Packhouse Market, where it says a mid-block crossing that allows people to cross from the Packhouse to the Makana Chocolate Factory is not an approved safe system treatment in an 80k environment. It's just like, well, why'd you put it there? And then the other one is, we always get these, is the failure to adopt safe and appropriate speed may impact our funding bid for future projects and other proposed mid-block raised crossings. So I'd suggest we need to find another way than that traffic furniture referred to as mid-block raised crossings. Or we could amend and add to our C. We've got the opportunity under option 3 to adopt the speed management plan in part. So add the Cobham Road, Kerikeri Road in particular areas. We'll go Kerikeri Road all the way from the crossroads into town and right through the bypass. I also disagree with your comment about the confusion posed by a speed limit dropping from 100 to an 80k zone, because they're all over New Zealand. I don't know who else drove to Hamilton last week, but I certainly did, down to Mayoral. You go into 60, 30, 40, it's all over the show. And the only part that was fun was being on the new motorway at 110. But you know, I just think so long as it's well signposted, I don't think that's an issue. But I can see that there's a couple of things that we could add there, particularly around Kerikeri Road, Cobham Road, down to Mill Lane, for instance, or out to what's it called, Shepherd Road, somewhere down there. There's ways to address it. And then I think the balance of what you've proposed there, we just have to consider it again. But right now, to progress things, this adding option C, as Councillor Court has suggested, we can just add that Kerikeri, or that central Kerikeri area if you want to. I don't really care. The blanket approach was what people didn't like.
Are you formally adding that to C of your motion?
Well, I have to check with Councillor Court that she'd be happy with that addition, because it's Kerikeri
Road,
Honeyhickey, Cobham, and that's up the roundabout and the upgrades.
I'm happy with that amendment.
And then it sounds like we have an issue with outside the Packhouse Market because of that mid-block crossing, at least there, and it might be from the crossroads down to Mayoral Drive is 60k or something. Access road somewhere there. Well, it's not far, not good all the way.
So Kerikeri Road, as per the staff recommendation, just drop it to 50, I think it is, isn't it? And Honeyhickey, correct me please Elizabeth, is that not captured in point 9 for schools?
Yes. Through the chair, only the school zone is captured in point 9. The remainder of Honeyhickey Road, it's recommended to have a lowered speed consistent with the rest of Kerikeri as well, 40.
Honeyhickey to 40.
Oh, can I just take a point of clarification? It's really important. So in the staff recommendation, all school zones were 30. So how can Honeyhickey Road be 40? I'm not clear on that.
Yeah, that's round the corner a bit from out of the school zone. I can see it on the map, which is on page.
So through the chair, only the school zone of a category 1 school is required to be 30. The school zone does not necessarily encompass the entirety of the road, only the area adjacent to the school. In this case, the school zone is Bascovota Drive to the end of the current school zone.
I think
178.
Councillor McNally, so you're wanting to see Honeyhickey Road reduced to 40 kilometres per hour?
Hang on, this is why it never got through the last time. It's a bit confusing.
I think leave it off. If you want your resolution to be less sticky,
just go for option add I in that and through Waipapa. That sorts out Waipapa Road, and then you're just going to add
the central,
which is all mapped. It's on page 51 of the.
Are you happy with that support the inclusion of I, central Kerikeri Waipapa, Councillor Court?
Did you find
A lot of kids are walking down the Honeyhickey Road on the way to school. It is school road.
That is why we were successful with the Transport Choices program, which is currently on hold, to install a cycle lane.
Sorry, the moments I did in one original motion. That's your discussion.
Apologies, Your Worship, we're adding I.
Adding I. All right, we're going to go Councillor Vucic, Deputy Mayor Stratford, and then Chair Ward.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a question first, and that is, we have been through this process before, because we have blocked speed limit in some roads, the Kaiau, for example, through to State Highway 10, Old Bay Road, Te Aho Road, we've done all that. And I'm getting rather concerned that we've... Outside the airport? Outside the airport. So we're treating one area separate from the other. We're not being consistent. We are attributing motivation for Wakakotahi that I don't see any evidence of proof. I worry that that's the case of the unprofessional behaviour that's been stated there. I'm not impressed that is the case from them. But, and now we're starting to pick and choose over a extensive amount of work that have been done by staff with professionals in this area. I don't like our whole process here. I'd rather actually move point A. I'm happy with the others, but the rest, given where we are and given that on 11, we'll have another meeting. I would say between now and then, let's sort this out properly so we can make a decision around the table that doesn't put things at risk and delivers what is good. I don't like speed limits dropping, and it usually indicates to me a bad road. But then again, I'm not prepared to make a decision that could result in people being hurt.
Thank you, Councillor Vucic. You can show that in your vote, but should this fail, we will go back to the original motion. Yeah.
Well, sorry, so the way that it's been put across the table as an alternative motion, not as an amendment?
So should this alternate motion fail, then that goes back to the original?
Not to my...
Unless someone foreshadows an amendment
That's
to
right.
this motion.
That's right.
Deputy Mayor Stratford.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to point out that Kapiro Road has two different speed limits. They're in two different tables. One near the roundabout is 40, so you're going to need to include that other section. And also, the Whangaroa community have been singing out for their speed reductions for years. I've been at numerous meetings asking for the speed reduction in the Whangaroa village and also around at the marae on Wainui Road. And there's even more speeds, even more roads around the Whangaroa community that have been singing out for their speed reductions. I rent a house in Haruru in the Wātea subdivision, and I lived up on Waterview Road for a number of years too in Haruru. We've been singing out for our speed reductions for years. So they need to be put in, and also the Paihia community. There's way more people in these towns, and this is not only about Kirikiri. We do need these speed reductions to ensure that kids can walk to school safely. We need these speed reductions because there's more traffic on the road. We're just off State Highway on these communities of Whangaroa, Haruru and Paihia. And I disagree with Councillor McNally that speed, going from 100 to 80, it's not about confusion. If you just think about and I'm going to use a state highway as an example, the turntable as you come into Moerewa, how many people actually start slowing down for the lower speed zone until you actually hit it? But there's already, people walking around or cars turning just after that bridge at the turntables at Moerewa. How many people are slowing down for the hump in the middle of Moerewa community? They're not. They just jam on their brakes just before it, and the Kawakawa one as well. And just think of those humps as children. The lower the speed limit, the less impact on our children that are walking around, or people walking dogs, people going for runs, and our cyclists and our horse riders, especially in our rural communities around Kirikiri and Waipapa and the outskirts of Paihia as well. We've got people riding their horses along 100k zones on our local roads, and this is the first time in, I think it's 6 or 7 years, it's probably 9 years, that they'll actually be able to see a reduction. So I am going to move a foreshadowed motion that we include everything back in, but the Kapiro Road stays. Just is that a adequate foreshadowed motion, Casey?
Yes, it is. We just need a seconder.
Can I please have a seconder for that foreshadowed motion? Thank you.
But that is not what we're voting on. We're voting on what's up there right now.
Yep, cool. So I'm not going to vote. I'm not going to vote for Anne's motion, and I hope that everybody will wait to vote for the foreshadowed motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ward.
Thank you, Mimoka. I want to speak in support of Deputy Mayor's foreshadowed amended motion. I've sat through all the hearings, the submissions, I've spoken to a lot of people in our ward area, and speed limits and safety and health and safety has been a big issue for years. The Niall, who spoke to us this morning about Kapiro Road, I mean, I don't take it lightly that he represents 246 people. You've heard him before in chambers. Kapiro Road definitely needs to be, I support the 70 kilometres there. You even heard him say he would go for less if he couldn't have 70, they would probably go for 60. And 60 on Waipapa. But in saying that, I focus my attention on the dependency projects on page 125 because we've heard the submissions, we've been through the limits before. A lot of work's gone into this report in relation to connectivity, so I can't really look at the historical stuff I've heard. I can't really look at this in isolation. As Elizabeth said, you know, there's school zones, and under those dependency projects, there are many school areas in there. Their speed limits are connecting with amendments in this proposed recommendation. So to pick them out in isolation does concern me. And I think finally, the big one that sticks out there for me, I mean, Kapiro Road and Oromaho e Whangai, after sitting in a health and safety workshop on Tuesday about council's duty of care and liability, that Hiringatai Twinko Cycle Trail and the community meetings that have been held in Kawakawa, Mariwa and the Paihia Opula end, I think that temporary speed reduction expires next month. It's only valid for 1 year, and I think we need to really address these major health and safety concerns surrounding all of those dependent projects in there. So thank you, that's all I've got to say.
Thank you for that, Chair Ward. Councillor Courtright, a reply.
Thank you. I'm actually relaxed. I just want everyone to know that I came to this table with my roving portfolio hat on to tell you all the things that are not in that report. So I put out a call on LinkedIn, and it is true to say Waka Kotahi discussed this. It is true to say Waka Kotahi expressed concern. And it is true to say that the Waka Kotahi board believes that this will be a de facto mechanism to decrease investment in our network. I also wanted to talk to you about the other things that were told to you in the report, and that you were never told that the only thing we have to do is schools. And I get concerned when reports play on your emotions, that we're told that if we don't do this, children may get killed or seriously injured on the network, or that people riding horses might be in trouble, or that cyclists might get bowled over. I think we need to look at the facts. So I looked at the facts, and the only evidence that I have been able to find where people are at risk on our network where deaths and serious injuries are happening on our network is Kapira Road and Waipapa Road. Only roads I've been able to find. There may be others in this catchment. Councillor Vucic is concerned that we've not been consistent across the district, and I was very clear the first time that this came up, is that this is new information that I didn't know at the time that we did the first catchment, which was up in Kaitaia. I also want to come back to why I included point 9, schools, because our children are vulnerable, and children don't have the ability to make informed decisions when they're judging the speed of traffic, which was why I was very clear to ensure that we included all schools in the catchment. I'm also really mindful that no speed limit review is going to change the kind of behaviour that Councillor, Deputy Mayor Stratford spoke about. People are legally entitled to drive at 100 until down Turntable Hill until they hit Mayoral, and they will. And then they have to drive at 50 through the town, and they can speed up to 80, and then they slow down again. Changing the speed limits will not change that kind of driver behaviour. It also won't change driver behaviour if they see that there's a significant defect in the road, such as there is in the middle of Kawakawa. Speed limitations won't fix them. So I just want to come back about saying that this is about taking a staged approach to addressing the needs of this community in a considered way, and that if communities want to do placemaking projects, then come back to us. This isn't the end of the line. If you want to come back and do a placemaking project that requires the speed limit to be reduced in your little township because you want to do something else, then do that. I'm also concerned that nothing in here addresses our places of high public gathering, such as our sports fields, where we have a lot of vulnerable children, and the speed limits aren't going to be changed there. So I think there's a lot more work to be done, and you'll recall that at this last Transport Committee, all of this whole shooting match now transfers over to the Regional Land Transport Committee, who will be required to do regional speed reviews across the country. This doesn't close the door, but it does take what I consider to be a staged and sensible approach as we move through this process moving forward. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you for that. A reminder that there's a foreshadowed amendment should this one be lost.
Can I have vote by division, please?
I wondered if you'd pipe up and ask for that.
And can we have it in parts, please, as well?
Sorry?
By division and by part. So part A, for example.
By division and by part. If you could put that up on the screen to help me out there, please.
So I'm against Anne's motion. Thank you.
We're going to go in part.
You called for a vote by division, Deputy Mayor, but if you could wait for your name to be called in the roll. So we are voting on point A. Point A is to receive the report. I don't think we need a division for that one. So all in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions? Thank you. Point B is to adopt the interim speed management plan for Kirikiri Bay Islands for only Roman numeral I and 9, Kirikiri Waipapa and schools. Sorry, that was a C. I thought. Kirikiri Waipapa. No, it wasn't Kirikiri.
That was I. That was the original.
So the motion I had written in my book was A, B, I and 9, and C, Kapiro Road to have a separate to what's in the Kea and yeah, that's what's up there. Kirikiri. Sorry, no, Kirikiri was captured in I. It was just Kapiro.
And Waipapa Road.
No,
that's captured, isn't it?
That's captured in the I. Just but for Kirikiri, like Kapiro Road for C to be 70. because right now it's 80. That's going to be a C. So we're voting on B, which is adopting I and 1 and 9, but not 2s through to 8.
No, just so we're clear, you haven't written that up there. There needs to be another part that we're not going to vote for the others. So we're voting specifically for some of those, which I agree with, but there should be another part of that, which was mentioned, that whatever the numbers are going to be, we are going to exclude. So that'll be part B. And that's what I'm against. Follow, so we'll make it clear. So we're agreeing to.
You guys are really putting me through my paces today, Councillor Research.
No, if you don't want that, you just vote against it. If you want all the 1 to 10, 1 to 9, vote against it.
Yeah, you just vote against it.
And you've got a foreshadowing.
Okay, I'm going to do it, John Carter.
But there is no vote against the others. So as it stands, all the others need a vote to be voted on. You see what I mean? That's confusing as it is.
But
You just vote against.
Do you vote against so that your foreshadowed amendment, should that
Can bring it all back to the
brings it
table.
back to the table?
Because it was brought to the table as an alternate motion and the original motion wasn't seconded.
I see what you mean though. But I need a proper copy, so we're voting on B and C, by division. Councillor Court.
In favour.
Councillor Rakina. Councillor McNally. Councillor Kappa. Councillor Harkar-Harawira. Councillor Research. Deputy Mayor Stratford.
Against.
Councillor Foy.
In favour.
Sorry.
That's what I mean, it's confusing.
Councillor Court is for. Councillor Harkar-Harawira is against. Councillor McNally is for.
Against and again.
You're doing a really great job.
We just need Mr. Tippania.
3 and 4, and I am honestly abstaining from all of this. And that is.
You'll get splinters, mate. Sitting on the fence is no good for you.
I get splinters
As the chair who had this come through to Coco and this, I just think it's easier not to be a part of this anymore.
You are, because we're going to do foreshadowed now.
It's against. But it won't let me do it. So there's 3, 4, and 4 against, so it's lost.
Okay, we go to the foreshadowed amendment that was moved by Deputy Mayor Stratford and seconded by Councillor Research, which opens it back up for debate. Should you so wish, Deputy Mayor Stratford?
I just want to say that I'm strongly of the view that we should always do what's good to do, even if we don't have to do it. We've got the subsidy now, the consultation's been done, and we get to implement this and then crack on with the next. The NTA can just hurry up and do the next one. And I just really feel that children don't just walk around schools. They walk everywhere in their neighbourhoods if the speed is right. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Or Councillor Research?
Yeah, just clarity on that list again. I believe, Deputy Mayor, that you did include the...
I reduced Capiro to 70.
And anything else? I think there was one other.
No, that was it.
Okay.
So we'll bring it up on the screen in just a moment.
So I can then say, I agree with this for the reasons that were given, that we've already started this process, we're partway through it. A lot of work's been done, and so I respect the work that staff have done in the overall big picture of things. I think we still, as Gordon mentioned, we still can consider what the code is doing, and I'd hold this big Steve and hold to account whether they actually are trying to use this to indicate, as was commented on, that they want to actually reduce the spending. I'll be very disturbed if they actually did that, and I think central government should be looking at the if that's the case, and that's a very serious allegation. So I'm speaking for what we've got there, and I support it.
Thank you for that, Councillor Research. I have a question, Elizabeth. So the budget for this is $1.2 million. Our subsidy is that at 69%.
That's correct, it's part
So
of the,
$828,000 of the money for this would come from Waka Kotahi.
that's correct.
And $372,000 would come from us.
I haven't done the math in my head, but I've trusted.
I did use my little
Thank
calc.
you.
Now, it says that to date we actually have already spent $184,000 on this, right? Should this fail, that will not get the subsidy, so that will be direct from us, is that correct?
I'm going to defer to Jeff Devine for the finances. I believe that's a possibility, but I don't know that that's.
We've already spent $184,000.
Through your worship, if we've spent money on investigating and designing this process, it's likely that funding will remain.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. Those were my questions. For me, I definitely see both sides of the story in this. I think it's incredibly hard that we are changing. Like, if you look at the sheer number of road signs that's why, no wonder why it's going to cost us much money. The number of road signs we're buying that aren't going to change a single thing, because I ultimately believe it comes down to, I think people in our community see the regulatory functions that we have as a council as some sort of magic wand saving grace for them, that suddenly people are going to listen or drive safer just because the sign says so, or they're going to do this just because as a council we're going to say that this is the rule. It comes down to education of our people, and as a society us saying, actually stop being idiots. But it is what it is. We've already started this work. We changed outside Bay of Islands Airport to a safer speed zone that is out of sync with the full corridor sort of a thing. So that's kind of throwing me off a little bit if this were to fail, but we'll see where it gets to. Those are my comments. Councillor Court.
I just want to correct a material statement from Councillor Fuser. This is not Waka Kotahi policy. This is Crown policy. Waka Kotahi are required to implement this. They had the conversation at the board level about whether this would lead to decreased investment and decreased levels of service. I just wanted to correct that. I made no allegation against Waka Kotahi, and we are in a public meeting.
Thank you for that, Councillor Court. Okay, Councillor Deputy Mayor Stratford, would you like a right of reply?
Can I have just a quick set before her right of reply?
I
did have
suppose so.
One of the reasons I wanted to talk again was challenge Deputy Mayor Stratford. Professional drivers pick up all those road signs, any truck. I called an Uber with a stock truck yesterday morning to pick up a vehicle that was in the shop. He has had the new truck for 6 months and he has done 50,000 kilometres. They see every road sign and they are GPS speed limited, or speed, they keep track of them anyway. I've done 50 to 60,000 kilometres consistently for over 30 years anyway, and you see it, and you've only got to bloody well have a near miss with a cyclist or a kid to work out where you do need to slow down. So I challenge that. That's, to me, is rubbish. What I do want to bring up, and I'll ask via the CE, the reason that I objected to this when it came through Transport Committee, there was no, sorry, I wrote it down. When I asked the question, tell me what the costs will be, and the staff couldn't answer it. It's in this report. I said, well, what is it going to cost? What's the distance of roads we're travelling? It's all marked up on these maps. How far are we going? That wasn't answered either. I've subsequently got a cost. It's going to cost somewhere between $1,500 and $3,000 per kilometre, depending on the urban or rural environment, to do this work. And I'm not sure if that includes the initial work or not. So that's why I voted against it, and I'll be voting against it again, even though it's in here. So via UCE, our LTP budgets are not yet confirmed. I've got concerns around our infrastructure across all business. The roading our LTP request has a significant increase, and Mr. Devine's down the back there, 79%. If Three Waters need to be come back into the equation, back to our, we will need to address and prioritise spend on renewals and capital upgrades to cater for existing use and growth. Every budget line in this council will have to be severely pruned to cater for it. We're up against it. So I would ask that you get your senior leadership team and anyone presenting a report in this council chamber to ensure they have the numbers in front of them so that we can make clear decisions, so we know exactly what's happening. This high level stuff is no use, and I'm just recording that so that people know exactly where I stand. As far as the process and the work done to date, I'm not against any of that. It's not bad. It's confusing, really confusing. Even the maps are confusing. If you've done it, you'd understand it intimately. I get that. I've read it a few times and I get most of it now, but it's still, I have concerns about it and I will be voting against it.
Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor Stratford, right of reply.
No reply required. Thank you, Kahika.
Would you like a vote by division again?
No.
All right, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Councillor Court, Councillor McNally and I. Councillor Foy and I am abstaining. So I think that's 4-3 again.
What that means is it's going to take you a shit longer to get around the place, or you're going to get more speeding tickets.
Oh, sorry, no, that is 5-3. The motion is carried. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Jeff.
Can I just add something? I just a bit, I'm happy to include other areas, but I just think we should be taking our leadership from our coaching team. That's all. And you know, words are words, how it's motion and stuff like that. So you call it that.
Thank you for that, Councillor Harawira. All right, item 7.2, Mayor and Councillor reports that I will be seconded by Councillor McNally. Thank you to those who have submitted their reports. Our new council website is going to be running in the new year, and council reports, members' reports will be published separate to council agenda. Right now they're embedded within our agendas. We're going to make them available within the governance section of our new website. It should be great so that people can click in, or you can click in and see the reports there as they are. That's a decision I've made for council, and of course that is open for community board reports too, if you'd like that for yourselves and your board, but the GGs will talk to you about that. Otherwise, I'll go through there. I just want to highlight one of that I put onto my report, the 4-monthly report for member councils from local government New Zealand, just to keep you apprised. You all know that I represent Zone 1 for National Council, just to keep you apprised of some of those work streams that are happening through there, and you can always reach out to them or anyone at the team of local government New Zealand as well for the space, including around health and well-being too. So please don't be shy next time in that area. Councillor McNally. Any comments?
Oh, well, you'll be surprised to see I actually put a report in there. But you'll see that I make comment there around the long-term plan, serious review, prioritisation of all projects and service delivery is required. Which just backs up my comment relating to the roading thing a minute ago. And yeah, otherwise it's as sits there. There's a few things we need updates on, and hopefully they're in the next section, the action sheet.
opening the floor to any members who would like to comment on.
Research. My report didn't make it, I didn't get it there in time. And that was so busy at the time. It's gonna, everything will be included, there's no gaps in what we're doing in the next one around, and I'm just out of comment very clear to see everyone too.
Thank you, Councillor Research. I'll give you a slap later on for not having your report on. Anyone else? All right, we'll put that to a vote. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
The motion is carried. Item 7.3, council action sheet update. If I could get a mover for that, please. Councillor Foy, thank you for that. Seconder. Councillor Harawira, thank you. Councillor Foy, anything you'd like to raise from our action sheet update?
No, I think we've had a lot of discussion today.
The poor housing workshop facilitators for this afternoon. Councillor Harawira. We'll put that to a vote. All in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions? Thank you. We won't go into public excluded. We were only going to be accepting the minutes. We will move those minutes to be signed off at our 11th of December council meeting. So that brings us to the end of our formal council meeting today. Councillor Rahina.
Kai ka, pei mahu au ki muri I roto raini au te teikua o engari. Tai noa ki te powehe te pai o ngā kai kauni he rau ko haere ki hea raini. Ngari kau ke hau I rogo I tana reo hei whakapāha atu ki a koe mo tana wehenga atu kua whakawhiwhia ki aku.
I tai mai ki.
Ka whai. Me tautoko te toenga I tana wehenga?
No, he mea kei ahau te mana I te rā kāhuaranga. Mā tātou tātou. I'll close our council meeting. Thank you to our staff. Appreciate appreciate staff and the challenges that come with being in a formal council meeting that is live streamed and that we call on your expertise and often go off script when it comes to the agenda in front of us. So very much appreciate all of that the work that we do across our organisation day in, day out to keep our district running smoothly. Thank you, elected our community board chairs. We have a housing workshop after this. We have one more council meeting for the year following this, which has been moved to the 11th of December. The reason for that move, which I don't know if it's been gazetted yet, but it will be, is because we are very excited to be hosting this year's Young Elected Member Hui, which is a conference for elected members under the age of 40, up here in Hokianga and the Bay of Islands. So we have colleagues from around the country coming here and spending lots of money to boost our economy. I'll close this off with a karakia. May the seeds be carved glistening in shimmer like greenstone and dance across the pathway. Ora te marino kakapapaponi, te moana ka tere kāpūrohi mua I tamuara. Kia ora. Kia ora.
Live streaming it?
Are we live streaming it? Please. Okay. I was appreciating that.